Hey. What's up? For some reason, the fucking game won't be captured. Let's see if this works. Ah, there we go. Nice. Hey, good guy. Hey, Stone Cold. How are ya? Is War of Mine final cuts or stories? Alright, so it's Triesday. We're trying out this War of Mine, suggested by Nick. Oh, come on. Before anything else. Gotcha. So mean. So mean. Oh my god. You're forcing me to do push-ups, wife? Yay! No! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You only get 10. Oh, fuck. You only get 10. My tits and my arms are hurting as fuck. Ouch. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're just gonna go classic modes, I guess. We're gonna decrease the volume, decrease the SFX. Apply. Katya must gather the missing materials for a book documenting the realities of war. Discover this War of Mine stories. I mean, I don't know what to... Well, there's just different stories you can download as well. Let's just do survive then. We'll see what it is. Alright, so far interesting art style. Not at all what I was expecting. I was thinking it would be like FPS style. How long has this siege lasted? It's hard to say when every day is a struggle for survival. The city's crawling with snipers, shelling is ordinary business almost every night. Phones don't work. There's a shortage of foods and meds, and many people are left homeless. Bruno and Marco have always been good friends, so when the war broke out, they decided to stick together. They met Pavle while scavenging for supplies. He used to be Pogoran's star football player. Now he's just another homeless victim of war, so they teamed up hoping for the best. Fast runner, slightly sickly. He's a good cook. He's a skilled scavenger. What is this? Just grab all. Better stay inside during daylight. We'll just grab all of the items, yeah. Alright. What is this game? I love that it's a side-scrolly thing. Slightly wounded? Why is he slightly wounded? He's just gonna sit there? Alright. Interesting. We're gonna put all of them to work one way or another. That seems like it's an upgrade, and our things. Our shelter is one depressingly ugly ruin. We should do something about it. We only have one chair. We lack beds and we have to sleep on the floor. It's hard to get a good night's sleep on hard, cold concrete. The condition of those who are sick or wounded may drastically worsen. We don't have a radio. Don't know what's going on in the city. We really miss books. A good book could help us forget the horrors of war. We lack cigarettes. We have breaches in the walls. Our shelter's not safe, and we have to constantly be on our guard. Very interesting. We got lockpicks, we got components, parts, clean water, wood, electric parts. Yeah, he's slightly wounded, he's slightly sick. Feels like something should be in here. Or is this like the fight icon? No, it's a fucking lockpick, of course. Oh my gosh, we got a good book. Nice. Can he? Alright, yeah. Interesting. Alright, so we need more components to build beds. Alright, yeah, so beds definitely first thing. Okay, so this is a survival crafting game. That makes this entirely different, because survival crafting games I fucking know how to play. You scavenge. You're lucky it's not cold in here. Jewelry? Interesting. You're a good cook. Let's check out here. It's locked. Grab all. No, wait. He should go down there. He needs to... Ah, fuck. Grab all. Exit. He needs to go here. Alright, so we will definitely, like, get attacked by people then, or things during the night. Grab all of those things. Exit. It hurts, but I'll manage. I mean, you're slightly wounded. It'll be fine, I think. Alright, we're gonna make a bed. Where should we place the bed, though? I feel like down here could probably be a pretty good place. We could have it there. He's a good cook. He's slightly sickly. Alright, you can build something, right? Yeah, we're gonna make another bed. Everyone place it there. All of them are gonna sleep on the same floor. Not very filling this. Oh wait, he ate food. Alright, that's not the best. You know what? Since you ate, you can go out. We're gonna close the door after you. Jesus. You can see the shelling in the distance as well. Build one more bed for him. You can sleep here then. Our things. What do we got? We got a bunch of materials. We got some parts. Our shelter offers a bit of reprieve from the horrors of war. Someone gets sick or wounded, they'll have a place to rest. We don't have a radio. We don't know what's going on in the city. We really miss books. We lack cigarettes. Hey, Nick! Dude! Loving this game so far. Did not know it was a side-scrolly survival crafting. I thought it was going to be like a first-person shooter. I've had enough sleep. Ooh, interesting. Alright. Let's see. Hostel's open. We have enough beds for everybody. Nice. We're going to make a radio. Alright, we're going to place it there. Slightly wounded, slightly sick, recovering. Recovering. Nice. Alright. Well, surprise, motherfucker. Yeah, honestly. Like, how do I know if they're... I thought I'd be being through hell before. I'm a fireman. I've entered blazing buildings to save lives more times than I care to remember. Back then, people teamed up against the common foe, namely the fire. Nowadays, your former neighbor can kill you because your grandparents spoke a different language. Drag for more. Alright. The night? Wait, why did it all of a sudden? I mean, he's gonna scavenge for sure. That dude's gonna guard, because he said he'd had enough sleep, but this guy's slightly sick. Our shelter. Alright, we're just gonna scavenge over here. Lots of food, huge amounts of materials, lots of meds, huge amounts of weapons, lots of parts. Alright, we're just gonna go nearby. Honestly, big ups to the Polish government for forcing every child to play this in school. They do? They force every child in Poland, in the Polish school system to play this game. Dope. Holy shit. Raw food, it's edible, would be more nutritious when cooked. Single use but opens locks quick and quietly. Alright. We discussed this in the post on Discord. I didn't even remember that, honestly. This house is still burning. Is it safe to go inside? Oh, that was a rat. Interesting though, so like you can see kinda we're gonna peek through. It doesn't seem like there's anyone in here specifically. Oh wait, I can't grab all of this. Oh, interesting. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna go then. Run to exit. Now we filled our backpack, we have a fuck ton of materials, and we have some food. It'll be fine. It'll be so fine. Okay, Jesus. Tonight I had a really good haul. Look what I got. Yeah. He's hungry. He's tired. He can go sleep. He's tired and hungry. Alright, go eat. He's hungry. The rebel leader instructed us to warn the listeners not to cross the front line. Failure to comply could result in death. Not very filling, but it's food. Tired, still hungry. Yeah, I know your stomach is rumbling, dude. Alright, so I understand that everyone's just gonna be miserable. This absolute metal built a radio before he built a stove. I just assumed there was a stove. Oh, fuck, I'm stupid. Tired, still hungry, still hungry. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it said like, hey, we need a radio. I mean, we had food. Or we have food. Ah. That's fucking hilarious. Fuck you, man. Ah. Well, he's a good cook. He's a fast runner. And he's a skilled scavenger. Alright, you're gonna cook food. Highly recommend you finish clearing the house. Gotcha. Marco, well, you know what, Marco? You're gonna be tired. It's war. I'd gladly eat something, yeah, no shit. Fuel. Filter. To make 2 filters, I think. Oh, we need fuel then. And he's opening that up there. Alright. You just see the bombing in the distance. Holy fuck. Improvement costs a lot, so. Cooked food. Oh, come on. Thanks for the tip, by the way, of cleaning out the place. I'm not gonna burn that. Moonshine still. Metal workshop. Rainwater collector. Oh my fucking god. Alright. You're gonna go sleep. You're super hungry, but you're working. You're gonna make a fuck ton of food, so you're a good cook. You're missing a lot of the starting resources you get. Fair. I'm also trying to not yell at you what to do because that's boring. Now I understand that. Like, I haven't checked this one, but I've checked everything else. This one is also out. I guess we could actually clear this while we're at it. But I think Marco is going to be the one who scavenges up here and down there. He's tired, so you go to sleep. I could force the lock if only I had tools. Alright, so you don't have tools then. Gotcha. Go eat. Yeah, I know you're hungry, dude. Fucking you go eat as well, then. Oh, no. Oh, no. That'll do for now. Alright. You eat as well. There are no smokes left. This is very true. There are no smokes left. Offers a decent sleep, right. Alright. My tools should do the trick. Where are your tools then? Motherfucker. Like, I don't have enough tools. I don't have enough materials. Alright. Not everyone's gonna go to bed. I've had enough sleep. No, I have not. Yeah, I used a lockpick on the door. And like, I can't make more lockpicks, which is super fucking annoying. I'm gonna go scavenge. Hey, what up, Pixie? How are you? Oh my gosh. No, I don't have the thing yet. No, wait, no, you go sleep. I can't make the tool bench yet. Working. I feel sorry for you. I need like 5 of those. 5 wood and 1 more component. I think I'm just gonna end the day. And then just run out with my whole team. Some food, huge amounts of materials, some meds, lots of parts. Possible trade, caution advised. Now we're gonna go here. All of you are gonna go scavenge. Oh, it's only 1 can scavenge at a time? Alright. Reading the descriptions of places, yeah. Visited 1 days ago, I know. I haven't fully gotten everything from here yet, though. Alright. Let's go scavenge. Alright, we're gonna check to see if anyone's in here now. Nope. There's a rat. Alright, we're gonna grab all this. Why did I run all of a sudden? double clicking must have been that I started running, right? I'm gonna take all that. I'm gonna remove this rubble. Wait, I ran out with Pavla? Why not the scavenger dude? Marco. That's fucking annoying. Could really use a shovel. Yeah, this is taking too long. Oh, there's just a rat. Hey, Zoltared, what's up? How you doing, man? Let's see if anyone's in here. No one in there. Cool.
I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the party.
You are gonna be the prettiest girl at the party. Not just this party, but every party you ever go to. Always gonna be the prettiest girl. Alright, run to exits. I'm just gonna run home. I am fine. I'm decent. No, I'm good. Had a decent day. On spitting facts. We're really enjoying this game so far. Hungry, tired. Go eat. You're just hungry. You can go rest for now. Alright, we're gonna make one of these things. Place there. Pablo, you can go sleepy sleep. Oh, but first you can actually check the radio. We got some medicine in case someone needs it. You're hungry, you're tired and hungry. Some classical music playing. You're listening to Radio Pogoran. We regret to announce that our colleague Jovan died this morning. He was shot by a sniper on his way to work. He will be missed. Nothing there. Despite desperate counterattacks by the rebels trying to lift the siege of Pogoran, the city remains cut off. Government forces do not allow any aid to reach the city, claiming it would end up in rebel hands. Oh yeah, and then we have all the things we've heard so far. On the left here. Music is playing. Alright, we're gonna stand there. Stay there. Plenty of materials around, we could build something useful. For sure. We're gonna make a crowbar. Alright, it's early morning. He's tired and hungry. He's hungry. He's just tired. What the fuck? I have some stuff to exchange. Wait. I can't even make a weapon yet. Okay, we can trade stuff now. We have jewelry. It won't do try harder. fine. We can have a deal. Oh man. Alright, fuck it. But I have more. Take a look. I mean, what could we exchange here, really? Herbal meds, herbs. Very common stuff, not very interesting. I have a shit ton of sugar. We exchange that for that's very generous of me. Alright. That's too much, though. Alright, deal. We're just gonna say goodbye to him. Alright. Maybe get some food. No, I have food. I have enough food for today. You had food, I would say. I mean, the cook can make some food for himself and then eat. Alright. Let's see. Honestly, like, if the crowbar is only ever... If it's a one-time use thing, it's fucking useless. It needs to be a multiple use crowbar. Alright. Let go of the spinny thing when the light is fully white. Let go of the spinny thing when the light is fully white. What do you mean? Yeah, we're gonna grab all of those things. He's just tired. He's super okay with everything. For the radio. Oh yeah, gotcha. But that I kind of understood myself. I'm somewhat of a smart guy, you know. Alright, we're gonna go somewhere where we can find food. Next up. And we're gonna send out Marco, the skilled scavenger, instead of fucking Pavla, the fast runner. Shooting for 5 stars. All of us had a hot meal. Nice. Let's see what we can make. Right. Definitely need just more components. Often used as a currency in times of war. But why can't I make Bruno smoke it? Because he complained that he didn't have any smokes before. Why can't I make him smoke it now? Right, you know what? I'm getting real annoyed with the radio. Classical music, that's okay. Alright, so everyone has been fed, everyone is not tired anymore. Where do I use the tobacco? Like, is there a specific place I use the tobacco? Nick! Nick! I need your help, Nick! How do I smoke in this game? Skilled scavenger. Right, so that definitely has a first knowledge of this place where we can get some respite from war. Yeah, and I have books. The more we have, the better. Gotcha. So it's just like having them is good for us. Alright, we got 3 books now. Finished ransacking. Gotcha. I am not hating this game at all so far. Just gonna place a chair downstairs. It's just a chair there. $7:50 p.m. Now it's night. Alright. So it automatically scavenge. He'll stand guard. And he'll sleep in a bed. Some materials, huge amounts of weapons, lots of parts. Some food. Huge amounts of food. Danger, though. Huge amounts of weapons, some food, some meds. Possible trade, caution advised. I'm going there. Read the description. Before the war, you could have your car repaired there. It was a decent family business run by an impulsive son and his elderly father. If they still live there, they might be willing to trade with us. Alternatively, we might find lots of useful parts there and maybe even some food. Alright. They can save our lives. We can trade these things. I'm just trying to, like, mentally prepare here. I wonder if the owners are still around. No more hiding, we meet in heaven. Ew. That's kind of creepy. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is this? Tobacco. We're gonna grab all of that. I really need to find some food. The materials are good and all. But I need meds for my father. Got some? I actually do! I brought some herbal meds. Let's see if you have food. Canned food. It won't do, try harder. Alright, canned food is a lot. Furniture or people. So food and a hatchet I could have for this. That's a deal. That's a deal. Okay, so I can hide in there. Alright, nice. I traded some food. I got a fuck ton of materials. And I got a hatchet. And a hatchet is good because we will probably have to fight people sooner or later. Right? Wait, what? We were attacked at night. Marco had been searching for supplies and brought some interesting things. Someone tried to rob us. They didn't seem very determined, so we managed to fend them off. We had some weapons, but not enough for everyone. Pablo was wounded, but the attackers didn't steal anything. Okay. What about food though? But I got a bunch of food. Or 3 food, so enough to eat once at least for all of us. Go play some BF6 beta. Alright, Nick. Thanks for being here. I'll yell your name when I need you. Slightly wounded, but he's recovering. He's hungry and tired. Alright. Oh fuck, I need clean water for food. Oh, I'm an idiot. My stomach is rumbling. It sure is, bud. And it's gonna be rumbling. One rainwater collector. Place it there. You can go build that. I'd gladly eat something. Yeah, me too. It's just we don't have the water for it. Because I'm an idiot. Oh my gosh. Make. Alright. We're making some water. So that shit doesn't just, like, collect automatically. And slept in some time. Oh, I know, friend. Okay, and then the filter cell all I have to do now is wait. Gotcha. Alright, then you go sleep, man. Actually, Pablo, you can go sleep. Fuel and wood. We're just gonna grab all of it. He's hungry and tired. I still need him to do some work before he can go sleep. Grab all of that. Oh, fuck, that's nice. That hatchet is... mwah, so good. You can destroy those two as well. You can fuck this up. Alright, so everyone's gonna head to bed. And then when the water is ready, Bruno will gather it, cook some food, everyone can eat. No! Alright. Yeah, I'm not hating this game at all. It was really fun, actually. And it's not as traumatizing as Nick said it would be. Not yet, at least. Like, I can see that I have a lot of open doors as well, but... And I can close them, but can I lock them? I could use some rest. Shut up, fatty. Hello, wife. Ah!
You don't see me.
I don't see my wife. I can't see my wife. Oh my god, I've gone blind. I can't see my wife anymore. Marco, the skilled scavenger, you will go up here and fuck shit up. Bruno, the good cook, you will go make some food for everyone. So now we have fuel and we have wood and we have water. Fuel, food, and water. Only enough food. Only enough water for 2. Oh my gosh. Ah! Pixie redeemed his wife. Ah! Come here. Ah! Come here. I gotta kiss you. I have to kiss you.
I am DrVem now.
You are DrVem now?
Yes.
Hello, DrVem.
Hello.
You look very attractive. What?
Why do you taste bad?
I've had unsalted nuts with dried fruit.
Wait, can they see me? Oh shit.
They can see you, yeah.
Nice.
That was the chef. At least it's warm. You know what? If you cook the food, you make you eat the food, right? Them's them rules. D'ailleurs. He just needs to eat. There we go. Just as the day was over. Alright. Ah! He's gonna guard, he's gonna scavenge. Lots of food. Huge amounts of materials. Danger. Possible trade caution advised. Half of it is a ruin, but there are people living in the other half. They don't seem friendly. At night you can sometimes hear shots fired from there. We could probably scour the abandoned part for supplies if we manage to sneak past the inhabited part. Okay. Some materials and huge amounts of weapons, lots of parts, but we need food. Alright. I'm gonna grab one of those. See if we can trade that for food, or just straight up murder the guy. Hello, wife. This offer of yours is too damn impressive. Now that's enough food, though. Alright, deal. Oh my god, I'm so happy she's not looking at the stream right now.
Who?
You?
Why? What happened?
Nothing. They want you to do stupid things.
They would never do such things to me.
Yeah. No, they would do it to me. What? He wants you to shoot me. Which is not very nice at all. Oh, keys. I like a keys. Pow, 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 pow. Please do not shoot at me, please.
I am in a non-violent phase.
What is this? I could get through this door if I had a saw blade. Okay. Alright, fuck it. We got a ton of materials. We're gonna run to the exit. There's more materials to get here as well.
Careful, guys. DrVem's here. Hide your wins. Hide your dignity. Hide your... well, you know. DrVem thinks he's the final
Oh my
boss.
God.
But in reality, he's just the tutorial's weakest enemy. A full-time cock goblin collecting L's like it's his day job. They call him
Full-time cock
DrVem
goblin.
because professional cock
did you call me?
goblin
No,
doesn't fit on a business card.
I didn't call you
Even
anything.
goblins
Nobles called
are
me a
embarrassed
full-time
to share a
cock
species with
goblin.
DrVem. Bro's not tanking, healing, or DPSing. He's just straight up GPSing his way to the nearest L.
GPSing his way to the nearest L. That's pretty fucked up, man. That's pretty fucked up. That's very mean. Oh my fucking god. Well, thanks, Nobles. Hey, nice to see you here. You fucking asshole. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna make some filters. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you send that heart and say you love me, but do you really love me though? Should love really hurt like this? Is the question. Yes, it does. Sick. Alright, he's hungry and very tired. We need weapon parts, yep. Wait, you can actually eat that, and then the other guys can eat the canned food. Hungry and tired. My god. How you doing, Nobles? Everything okay? Are you surviving the day? Oh yeah? He's hungry and tired. Thank you for opening the door. No, you gotta eat. You can talk to him. Thank goodness you're here. A shell hit a tenement down the street and people are buried beneath the rubble. Please help me pull them out. Every pair of hands is needed. We will organize a makeshift hospital for the wounded at my home. I have some beds and medical supplies. Give me a sec. No, I don't need to think about it. I need to eat. Pablo can go though. You good? Nice. Had a productive day so far? Alright, we're gonna go help out. Okay, so it's just one dude. Runs away with him. Oh, okay, so I lose a dude for the day. That's basically it. That's fine. He's content but tired. Filtering takes some time. Gotta have patience, yeah. I understand. I understand, Marco. Grab all, and then he's just gonna go and sleep. You listen to Honey Revenge? Yeah. Love Honey Revenge. Started listening to them recently, though.
DrVem is just the sweetest little disaster you'll ever meet. A man so generous, so inviting, that he practically has an open house sign hanging on him 24/7.
Aww,
He's like a cozy Airbnb for chaos, welcoming
Cozy
anyone
Airbnb
and
for
everyone
chaos.
inside of him without a single background check.
Inside of him?
It's not that he likes losing. It's that he wants to make sure the whole server has the chance to experience the warm, squishy embrace of being inside of him. Whether they asked for it or not. DrVem is truly a gift.
That's a very nice compliment, but the warm, squishy embrace of being inside of me? Really? Yuck. Ugh. It's the squishy I have a problem with. Warm, fine. Squishy embrace? That squishy embrace! Yuck. That tells you. He's gonna scavenge, he's gonna guard. Alright. We're gonna go there. I'm gonna grab the hatchet. I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna grab this. Wait, no. Yes, scavenge. Alright. It'll be moist in that squishy embrace. Oh, fuck off, Pixie. Like, you don't have to make it worse. This is the part where the shots were coming from. There's sound coming from there, though. Alright, someone's walking through there. Alright. If I had a saw blade, I could cut through it. Oh my gosh, alright. Very interesting. He's scavenging across the courtyard. Holy shit, how am I gonna get past these guys? Alright. I'm hungry, maybe there's something left in the fridge. This is very interesting. So I'm trying to sneak past them here. The door is grated. Oh yeah, okay, so they saw me. I can tear this down. Then fucking do it. Oh, scavenge. Alright, so they know I'm here. I think credit for you listening to Honey Revenge because I'm riding a very high horse today. Alright, sure, man. Take all the cred you need. Alright, we're gonna grab all of this. Hannah, Thomas, and me moved in with Uncle Roddy. We buried Mom in the yard. Take care, Daddy. Jesus, that's dark. Oh my gosh.
Noble's TV composed a song for you. Cock Goblin Blues is a flamethrower aimed squarely at DrVem's fragile gamer ego. A bass-heavy, trash-talking anthem where every verse peels back another layer of his failure. It's got a hook so sharp it could cut through his win streak, if he ever had one.
What the fuck is this?
With leg, but you always lose. Stacking up L's like you stack up excuse. No streak to break, just a list of abuse.
What is this?
You crash and you crawl.
What the fuck, man?
Last place after all.
Banger.
Feel the
Banger.
mask, it's just a whimper. Keyboard rage, but skill still dimmer. Trophy dreams, got none to deliver. All bark, no bite, and the hope gets slimmer. Game face on, but your record's a joke. You claim you're a legend, but
This
you
is
always
not
choke.
at all bad.
Dream of the crown, but you can't even cope. Flamethrower burns, now you're stuck in the smoke. Cock Goblin Blues, try to break loose. Bragging with leg, but you always lose. Stacking up L's like you stack up excuse. No streak to break, just a list of abuse.
Dude, Nobles, what the fuck, man?
You crash and you crawl.
Straight fire, this shit. Oh yeah. That was awesome, Nobles. That was pure fucking awesome. That, man. Jesus Christ, that's good. That's actually really good. It won't budge. Alright, I gotta run over here through this. That was really, really fucking epic, actually. Oh my gosh. Could you clip that, Pixie, if you have time? If you have the opportunity? Or Nick. Holy shit. That is insanity. Good thing I have a saw blade? Oh, come on. The fuck is this? Not much time left. I must go back. Alright, run to exit. Fuck. Marco is back. I didn't get any food. Got some weapon parts though. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, with no food. I wish I could drink so much every night. Hungry and tired. Gonna make that one food. At least there's some relief. Oh my gosh, gotta be 2 clips. Nice. That's pretty fucking valid though, I feel. That is 2 clips. Thank you so much, Pixie. Thank you so much. You are a gift to the world. Dangerous melee weapon. Alright, the skilled scavenger has to eat. Oh my gosh, I'm so worried about all of this. I need more components to upgrade. Man, this is tough. This is a tough game. A simple heater. Yeah, we can't do much. Have some stuff to exchange. Alright, let's see if he has food. Let's make a deal. Absolutely, man. Roll up cigarette. Quality roll up. Alright, veggies. We need food. As much food as possible, really. Moonshine. Alright, what can we trade? Show me something more. I'm about to, man. Shell casings? No. Fuck. It's very generous of you. That is very generous of me, so I should be able to get something out of this. Man, I feel like I need to buy better things than just that, though. Love wifey, bestie, and you. You guys are awesome. No, you're awesome. You're awesome, motherfucker. Roll up cigarette. It reeks acrid bear smoke. Alright. See if we can add something more. No. That's it. Alright, deal. Let's just see if we can like exchange all that wood. What do you want for this? I mean, alright, deal there. Content but tired. Wait. I'll send him away. Bye. He's content but tired. He's hungry and tired. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. I mean, we found Pixie and Nobles and everyone. with the streaming and everything. It's a beautiful thing to have friends. See if he can cook something. No? He needs protein, yeah, raw food and it's not even meat, it's just raw food. Meat is real food. That's what they're saying here. Motherfuckers. Let's see if we can upgrade the bench. You can upgrade it. Fuck yes. Alright. I'd love to make a saw blade, because that feels like one of those things that you really, really need in this game. He has to run and fix that thing. Alright, let's see. A saw blade would require some stuff. Point at a person you want to hurt. Gives some protection against bullets and knives. Well, you're not wrong. Right, we need components. Haven't slept in some time? Alright, go there. No, not you. Fuck it. Alright. You just switch beds then. Alright, everyone's content, everyone's tired. Let's end the day. He's gonna go scavenge. He's gonna be on guard. He's also gonna be on guard. Everyone's gonna be on guard. Huge amounts of food. I need it. Actually don't need the hatchet though. Use dress wounds. I mean, probably we need that, right? Man, I don't want to, like, go there and need it and not have it. You know what I mean? Alright, let's fucking go. Oh my gosh. Hey, Ducky! Honk honk! Can't scavenge during combat. Oh, I know. Honk, 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 honk. For some reason, they're shooting in here. Alright, these... Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Jesus Christ in heaven. Alright, that felt really wrong.
Noble's TV composed a song for you.
Oh my
Sweet
god,
Swedish
another
Meatball is
song,
a
Noble.
silky smooth R&B parody that turns DrVem's so-called charm into a sticky, slow jam spectacle. With syrupy synths and a bass line that slides like warm sauce over IKEA cafeteria trays, the lyrics
Jesus
paint
Christ.
Vem as the tender, dripping disaster no one ordered, but everyone's forced to taste. Each verse serves up a fresh platter of innuendo, describing him as the human equivalent of a meatball rolled straight off the table. and onto the
Meatball
floor.
rolled straight off the table. What the
Swedish meatball rolling off the plate.
fuck?
Covered in that gravy you love to hate.
What the fuck is this?
Secret you can't escape. Nobody asked for you, but here you
What What even is this, man?
So smooth. All too much on my spoon. On my spoon, on my spoon. Sliding down the tray like you got no pride. Toss on your shirt, nowhere left to hide. Everybody staring, can't believe their eyes. Tender on the outside, disaster inside.
That person's
Rolling
just
on
sitting
the
there.
floor like you own the place.
Rolling on the floor like you own the
Pick you
place.
up, but you slip away. Sweet Swedish meatball rolling off the plate. Covered in that gravy you love to hate. Dripping like a secret you can't escape.
Loving it.
Nobody asked for you, but here you stay. So sweet.
Loving it, man. Sweet Swedish meatball.
Too much on my spoon.
That was good. That was really good. That was really good, man. This is what you should use AI for, I feel. This is exactly what AI is for. I'm calling for help. Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna steal everything you have. Meanwhile. Oh my gosh, sweet Swedish meatball. Alright, so I got two people just sitting here and crying. I beg you, stop. Look, I gotta scavenge. I gotta survive somehow. I want to say, like, y'all attack me first, but I scavenged them. So... fuck, I feel really bad about this. Like, I need to survive and thrive. Fuck it, we're just gonna run to the exit now. Don't hurt me. I'm not gonna. But I can't grab that? We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. Herbal medicine? No. You caught it! Nice! Well done! Severely wounded as well. He's not going out scavenging anytime soon. Jesus. Ah! For the first time we indulge in our addictions. Ah! Seems very serious. No, he's sad. All this killing, is it ever going to end? Sad and tired. Holy shit, like they're all sad. Because Marco killed someone. This game's not fun anymore, guys. Definitely selling it, it's level 1. Very fair. I feel so bad now. Alright, you're sad and tired. Go fix the water filter. This dude will eat. I don't have any water filters. Alright, gotcha. And we can't make any more filters either. Fuck me. Everyone's tired and sad. Nobody's doing good. Marco can't run.
Noble's
Can't
TV
believe it
composed a
did.
song for you. Carried by the Loading Screen is a rap song about how the only time he's at the top is in the lobby list. Swedish-born, universally uncoordinated, and somehow still streaming, DrVem has made a name for himself as the world's premier cockgoblin and accidental entertainer. Specializing in high-stakes fails and epic misplays, his music mirrors his gameplay. Chaotic, unpredictable, and oddly mesmerizing. Fans flock not for skill, but for the pure, unfiltered disaster that unfolds every session.
By the loading screen, I'm top of the list you've seen. Frozen stats and unread pings. Only here my name means king. Oh, always number one. Oh, but the chaos comes.
Always number one.
Like I dropped my gun. Swedish aim.
Swedish
no
aim.
one. Streams alive, hopes are none. Epic fail, I call it fun.
Epic fail, I call it fun.
Every round is deja vu. High stakes, but I never knew.
Come on.
Been through another screw. Why they watch? I got no clue. Carried by the loading screen. I'm top of the list you've seen. Frozen stats and unread pings. Only here my name means king. Oh, always number one. Oh. Oh, but the chaos comes. Oh.
Oh, but the chaos comes. Oh, come on, man. That was really good as well. That was really, really good. Super fun. Much calmer than the rest. We've been robbed recently, so we have little left. Oh, well, that sucks, man. My flock shelters beneath the church. Please do not disturb them. Oh shit, they have like a bunch of stuff here. Let's trade. Alright, our things. You don't have any food though. Food's the stuff I want. I don't need what you have otherwise. Parts. Guess I can buy some parts. Very generous of me. Alright, deal. Carried by the loading screen. I appreciate it. Jesus Christ. I'll get out. Alright, how the fuck do I get up there though? You're a little bitch, you know? Oh, Jesus. Alright, we're gonna run home. Bubbly's back. And next time I play this, I know to focus on tools more than anything. Someone came at night to take her force. Things they stole. Fuck. It's actually really bad. My wounds are killing me. I have to rest in bed. Hungry, depressed, and tired. Dude. Wait, use 200 bits? What happened there? Wait, those songs were 200 bits a piece, Nobs? Holy shit, dude. Thanks, man, for the bits, but that's too much. Jesus in heaven. Well, how will I ever repay this man? I'm bleeding fast? No, you're bandaged. Worth every bit. I mean, it's amazing. Definitely. Oh my gosh.
Windows TV composed a song for you. Digital Dumpster Fire is a song annihilation of DrVem's existence as a gamer and human. From the first distorted note, the track drags you through every humiliating misplay he's ever committed. Missed mechanics, accidental team kills, and ultimate abilities fired into thin air like he's auditioning for a comedy sketch. The bass line hits like a brick to the face of his fragile ego, while the lyrics systematically catalog his failures with surgical precision.
Digital dumpster fire, blazing out of control. Every click another bow, drying down his soul. It's getting stabilized.
What is this?
Crashing servers, endless chains, no remote control. Glitch out of sync. Brick brain on the brink. He missed the heel, fighting fire straight in the back.
What the fuck is this? I'm not hating it. I'm not hating it at all, though. Hardcore stuff right there. Did I learn AI can make growls? Right? I mean, they sample everything that's online. So. Fucking great. Digital dumpster fire blazing out of control. Yup. That's me. That's me. Digital dumpster fire. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Glitch out of sync, bricked brain on the brink. Sick bars. Sick bars, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, we can board up holes in windows and for more protection against looters. Oh, dope. An armchair. Herbal garden. Oh my gosh. Trap for small animals. Alright, so we can actually make more stuff now. Brick and burn. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Pixie. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, wait, they're gonna talk to each other now? Sad, depressed. Oh my gosh, alright, so they're comforting each other. And that makes it all better. Jesus, this is tough. I know, but all this... It's too much for me. Is he gonna... Is he gonna do what I think he's gonna do? He's not gonna... You know... The bandits know we're here, they'll come back in force. How the fuck am I gonna do anything against that, then? Guard. He got a scavenge, though. In St. Mary's Church. We need that, we need that, we need that. Run and scavenge. My gosh. You've come up with some deeply fucked up stuff so far, Nobles. I'm impressed and happy. Glad I work from home today. I'm dying over here. I don't think you would be able to work at an office with all this going on. I entirely missed that you could walk up here. There's a grate, but I can cut through it with my saw blade. Nice. Alright, we're gonna go through all this. This item has broken. Alright, so those are single use. I'm gonna grab all of those things. Heck no, I would get in trouble using my phone again. I gotta keep my phone facing down most of the day now. Wait, again? So you've had a... You've been in trouble for watching Noble stream, or my stream before, on your phone? That's rough, Bixie. That's rough. Oh my gosh. The addiction to cute voice on stream is real, huh? Alright, we're gonna... Yep, but I don't care. It's much easier with my shovel. Sure is, buddy. Sure is. Oh my gosh. I kind of want to like start over now because I know more and how to not fuck up, I guess. I think we got like kitchen-like stuff up here. $11:20 p.m. Homegrown tobacco. Yeah, we're gonna go up here instead. Right? Like a podcast. No, I agree. There are huge similarities between like listening to music or listening to podcast and listening to a stream. Like especially on phone, it's not like you can see a whole lot. Anyway, so it's mostly listening anyway. That's a scavenger, right? It's another scavenger. He had a gun and shit. Well, at least he's going away now. Oh shit. He's going up there. Alright. Man, you're using your phone now? Pixie, how dare you? You know you're not allowed to. Bad Pixie. It's much easier with my shovel. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know what to do with all this. There's normal tobacco. Let's grab a transistor. Run to exit. Why? What does it happen to me? Still got no food. I don't know how to get food. Like, especially without killing people? Or stealing food from other people? I kind of want to restart this and focus on other stuff than I have been. Marco's feeling much better. We just have to keep an eye on him. And he's hungry as well, and we ain't got no food. All this, I can't handle it anymore. What are you talking about, Marco? Dude, what are you talking about? Make 2 of those. It's all getting too hard. At least we have water, you know? Jesus Christ. This is a depressing game, though. How the fuck are we gonna get more food? Herbal workshop. Prepare herbal meds, bandages, and low quality roll-up cigarettes. You can upgrade it to make real meds and good quality cigarettes. Alright. We can then barter for things we need, just don't expect too much. Okay. Like, none of that is decent enough. We need an herbal garden. That's what we want. Or a trap, and a trap for small animals. Like, those 2 things could give us so much stuff. So we need parts, wood, and components. So that we know. We get a trader here. Hey, I have something you like. How do you know I like it? Well, I can use a couple of those. Shit. Definitely food. Right, what do you want in exchange? Interesting, 1 exchange. Very generous of you. Alright. It won't do, try harder. It's very generous of you. That means we can get more from him. Would be more parts or more... No, more food. It won't do, try harder. You're getting all this gunpowder from me as well, dude? No, I don't need anything more. Get the fuck away from me, man. Oh, man. I can only make 2 right now as well. Depressed and tired, hungry, sad and tired. It's getting worse day by day. It sure is, man. It sure fucking is. Nothing is really good right now. God fucking damn it. This will never end. Of course it will. It definitely will end, man. But I think he needed to talk as well, right? So if I go here, yeah. Oh, come on. I could do with some bandages. There we go. Alright. You have to be turned the right way. That's all. Marco, I can see you're down. But we need to work together to make it. I doubt we'll make it. We won't if you don't help. Come on, get a grip. That's not how you help someone going through something tough, though. He could do with some bandages. Yeah. So could we all, man. Alright. Marco, the skilled scavenger, will go out again. He's not going to go to St. Mary's. Possible trade, lots of food. Parts and materials. Small apartment building. Danger. This old apartment used to be owned by an elderly couple and their son, but they fled before the siege. There are rumors from shady-looking, well-armed individuals taking refuge there. We'd better be careful if we decide to go there. Alright. Yeah, I don't have a weapon. I'm not gonna use weapons anymore. I'm just gonna try to avoid them. I found some alcohol. I'm a little drunk. Alright. Alright, who's leaving Booze Band the shit or clean up the mess? I'm almost sure I saw it. Bloody vermin. Alright. There's definitely some good stuff in here. Hello, wife. We need to find their food, though. This place is crawling with these disgusting creatures. Ouchies, I'm gonna die here. Marco died. Fuck me. Alright, yeah, I shouldn't have hit him. I thought I could just, like, bonk him on the head, knock him out, but no. So now I gotta continue with only 2 dudes? Jesus. And we've been raided. Oh my gosh. Hungry, slightly wounded, sad and tired. Alright, you know what? You know what? We're gonna leave this. And we're gonna start over. We're gonna do this better. Jesus fucking Christ, this is tough.
Did you die?
I died. Choose your story. Paolo, Bruno, Marco. Oh my god. Alright, so you can have 3 different ones to start with every time. Alright, oh, different house this time. Oh, sorry. Components and wood is what we need. Slightly sick. The door is locked. Alright. What if you go up here then? I'm gonna grab all this. Nothing in there. Alright, we're gonna go here. If only had some kind of shovel. Yeah, I know, dude. Alright, wait, so that was just sitting down. Never mind then. Man. You definitely need like a crowbar or something soon. Interesting though that you start in different places every time. So like I won't have that house with the tree house every time. Grab all. Wait, I can... Interesting, alright. Cool. Just gonna grab all of that. That would be a lockpick. Don't need to do that though. But he could unlock that. Alright. We're gonna do better this time. Alright. Stove. Up here in the kitchen. Marco is slightly wounded. Pablo is slightly sick. Bruno is in fine condition. Fuck the war. I agree. Any war can go fuck itself. I don't feel too well. I think I have a fever. I think you do too, man. We're gonna make one bed at least. Grab all of that. Alright, we're making one of those. Let's see. We need more components for that shit. Grab all of that. Alright, here. Definitely need more fuel. Alright. It's locked, but my tools should do the trick. The door is locked. Yeah. Could force this lock if only I had tools. Alright. Gonna make some food. He's gonna sit there. He's slightly wounded. He's slightly sick. We're gonna end the day, and then Marco is gonna go out scavenge. Lots of food, lots of meds, lots of weapons, lots of parts. Let's go there. We're not gonna bring anything with us, I don't think. We're just gonna grab as many things as we can, really. No people here either, so. Sniper. Grab all of that. Grab all. Just check through here. Doors boarded up. Okay, gotcha. Alright, priority is gonna be food. We're gonna grab everything we can to begin with, and then we're gonna start leaving off stuff so we can prioritize. Got a sound there, but that's probably a rat or something. Don't need shell casings. It's usually just a rat anyway. Weapon parts and fertilizer, homegrown tobacco. You could trade that though, that's the thing. Now we know, like, there's still gonna be stuff left here. We can grab that. Family photo of parents in $2. Alright. Fuck yes. We hit the mother load, gang. So much water. Just gonna grab all of this. Food is the most important thing right now. We can go back here at a later time and dig through all the materials and stuff. That'll be fine. But just knowing that there isn't any food here is an important thing for me. On the first day they robbed us, Tuesday they murdered our girls. I shot every one of them, but I don't want to use the gun anymore. It's broken and buried in the backyard. If you're reading this, don't look at me. Alright, so it's buried in the backyard. So we get a gun in the backyard that we can pick up. We're definitely going to do that. It's like, I don't want to use a gun, but a gun is useful. There's parts. Simple lock. Alright. Or is this the backyard? Could easily remove them. Is this where the gun is, though? Aha! Nice. Broken pistol and weapon parts. Alright, exit. Run to exit. Let's go. Alright, so we're definitely going back here again tomorrow. Grabbing some stuff. Materials mostly. Plenty of really fine stuff. Yep. You sure did, dude. Hungry, slightly wounded. You know what? Should go eat. This guy should make some of that stuff. Actually, you should make some stuff. He should go sleep. Sleep, bye bye. Slightly wounded. Take a seat, man. Definitely a shovel. You know, we can make another bed, I think. We don't have the stuff for another bed. That kind of sucks. We need components. Just a ton of them, really. Hungry and tired. Well, dude, you're gonna be one of those things even more now. Or both of those things even more now, actually. Because Marco's the one we need at the moment. But both these boys are gonna eat. So what's it gonna be? We're gonna trade with you. Sure. Any and all food immediately, please and thank you. Gotta be kidding. How about homegrown tobacco? And maybe some herbs? Very generous of me. Alright. It won't do. Try harder. Alright, deal. Goodbye. Yeah, so he's not tired anymore. He can stand guard, he can rest, and this dude can get the fuck out and scavenge again. Alright. Scavenge, sleep in the bed, guard. Now we're gonna just grab so many materials. Alright. Yeah, we really need materials now. Got some stuff down here, I know. It's annoying that you can only grab like 2. Wait, we don't need that, we don't need that. We definitely don't need that. It's annoying that you can only grab 2 planks of wood at one point, or at a time. One of those boxes. Grab all of that. There we go. There we go. Hello, wife.
I love my Hobbit game.
Oh, you've been playing the Hobbit game now?
Yes.
Right. It's fun? It's cute?
It is cute.
Is it very playable?
Yes.
Nice.
Can I say something about the game?
You can say something about the game.
When you enter the map and you can play, like click on something. I want to go here.
Yeah.
And there appears help to guide you to this place.
Yeah.
It's birds.
It's birds? Birds help you?
Special birds fly in front of you on the path, and you just follow them to where you want to go. It is the best.
You
thing.
love this.
It is the best thing ever.
Of course it is. This is super traumatizing, this game.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't win. Like, everything just goes from worse to even more shit.
Well, you said it was a realistic
Yeah.
in
a war, yeah. Apparently, Nick also told me that this game is mandatory for Polish school youth to play so that they can understand the horrors of war.
Yeah.
We've been raided. Things they stole. They got food and water. Fuck's sake. Those are the most important things.
Wait, what? I thought raid was a good thing in oh, not in the stream.
No. In the game, we got raided.
Oh.
Very bad in game, actually. I could use some rest. Of course you could, you lazy fuck. Alright. I want you to cook food, man. It's annoying. They raided us, wife.
Bad.
This is very bad, actually. A heater, rainwater collector. I feel like a rainwater collector is important, right?
Yes.
Also, like, rainwater collector here, underground.
Inside?
Yeah, I don't understand that, but I guess it's...
There are a lot of holes. in
Uh,
the walls and ceilings.
Yep, fair.
And there's a fire inside.
There is a fire inside here.
That's not great.
It is
Typically.
very, very true. Shovel's doing a good job. Hope so.
You have to encourage the shovel.
Why is he not cooking? Alright, because I need water. Fuck me. He's tired, he's tired. Why don't you go? Yeah, make some of that. What?
Oh, you thought I was gone?
Apologizing
No,
in advance for this.
bitch.
Love you, Vemsky.
Alright, let's go full on savage with
Oh,
this
come on,
one.
don't go full on savage.
Dr. Vem, you're the human embodiment of a typo.
Human
a
embodiment of a
certified
typo.
dipshit who couldn't navigate a cereal box without getting lost. Your gameplay is so tragic, NPCs feel sorry for you. You stumble through life like a Wi-Fi signal in a storm. Weak, unstable, and utterly useless. You're the guy who shows up to a gunfight with a butter knife. Pathetic, clueless, and proud of it.
Right,
Dr.
he's
Vem, you're the
raw.
crown prince of fuckery.
The Crown Prince of Fuckery. That feels cool, though. Crown Prince of Fuckery.
Is you and Loki or what?
But yeah, the other part's really mean. And that's a dude who likes me. That's Nobles. He likes me. He thinks I'm a cool guy. And that's how he treats me. Do you understand what I'm going through? What I have to live with? And on top of that, I have you. Who also treat me like this.
I'm being nice to you right now.
You are, right now, you're being nice to me.
I
This
will
is very
shoot
true.
you.
That's not very nice of you. If you would shoot me. Bummer, I missed this one. I'm on the phone with my kiddo. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna play. I can play it later as well. Are you gonna go to sleep, wife?
I want to, but it feels too early.
It's 8 o'clock. It is way too early. This is very true.
I wanna sleep.
You can lie in this bed and pretend that you're hanging out with me and then just sleep instead. My wife is wonderful. This is very true. She's the best. And thanks for the burn, Nobles. God damn. Dude. It's a good burn. That's the worst part. Like, they're mean, but they're so well crafted. Like, I can't be mad at that. Damn it, there are no smokes left. Great time to stop smoking, Bruno. If that is indeed your real name.
We don't talk about Bruno.
But I just did.
No.
I just did, though.
We don't talk about Bruno.
But I just talked about him. Ah, fuck, we need more wood.
Yeah, I do.
Come on, wife. We need to upgrade the tool bench so we can get a hatchet. That's, yeah, wood and components. Just wood and components all around. Got enough wood here to fix the components, though. Hungry hippos. We're gonna go sleep with him. I'm hungry. Fucking cook something. Hope we'll manage to keep it warm up here. We're looking it's not cold in here, yeah. Oh, for sure, but it's gonna... We get a temperature and everything, so it's definitely gonna, like, get cold sooner or later. Like, winter's gonna hit us. 3 water to make 1 food? Dude. Too bad we've run out of cigarettes. we're gonna make the food and we're gonna eat. Maybe it's not good that I'm spreading it all out like this. Maybe I should like keep it downstairs here. So there's like a bottleneck. A little break for another chapter. And those fuckers took my canned food. Alright. I'm gonna end the day. We're gonna send out Marco again. He's gonna stand guard. He's gonna sleep in the bed. Lots of food, huge amount of materials, lots of meds. Some materials, some meds, lots of weapons, some parts. I think I just gotta go back here again. Parts, materials, weapons. Quiet house. Caution advised. Some food, lots of food. All right, so we got food around us. That's good. All right, we're gonna go scavenge. Let's go. I'm like literally nervous playing this game as well. Grab all these things. Grab all those things. Nervous, why? Just because, like, yeah, I have food until next day, but do I have enough water to cook that food? Will I get enough materials to be able to get that food done? Like, one of my dudes is already hungry. Let's see if we... Like, I wonder if I can kill rats. No, I can't. Alright. That's also the thing that I think you should be able to do, is just murder rats so you can eat them. Because, like, in war, rats is a good source of food. I mean, you gotta eat. Rats can survive off of anything. You can't survive off of anything, but you can survive off of rats. You won't feel too good about it, but you can. Alright, we got cool stuff in here, but not anything we really need. Alright, meds and stuff. Again, nothing we really need. You're still alive. I am still alive for now. Alright, I think we're gonna do something super controversial here and just leave meds and valuables behind in favor of planks and components. I can carry like one more plank. I think I gotta. There we go. Alright, run to exit. So we still got some stuff left here, but it's like mostly small parts, some meds. So I think we can start ignoring this part now, unless someone gets sick. Alright. Found plenty of fine stuff. What a night. What a night! Alright, we don't need that. Definitely don't need that. My stomach is rumbling. Yeah, dude. That's the way it's gonna be for most of us for a while now. Hungry, 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 hungry. Very tired. He can go fix some food. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Right, we don't need anything there. Definitely need a couple filters, right? Just to get water. Hungry, very tired, hungry. Hungry and tired. Like, I want to upgrade this so we can make a hatchet. Because with a hatchet, we can all of a sudden get materials from the house again. And we could scavenge the first house yet again for hatchetable material. Alright, we're making another filter. I think I'm just gonna let my dudes be a little bit hungry as well. Hey, I need help, please open. And I hope they don't fuck me over here. Thank goodness you're here. I am here. I've heard rumors of looters pillaging houses and raiding. Women can lock the doors, but they could get inside through the windows. Can you help me board them up? Yes. Just immediately help them out. There you go. You are going to make another bed because we kind of desperately need another bed. Then he can maybe cook 2 food. Alright, still in the AM. It is very fun, Ducky. It's also like annoying because like you're always lacking something. So far, this game has just been very tough. Like this seed that I'm running now, I think they're all just randomized, but this seed specifically seems to be more generous with food, at least. Around scavengeable areas. Our things. Like, we got some food. We only have 1 share. We have beds and we sleep in decent conditions. If someone gets sick or wounded, we'll have a place to rest. We don't have a radio. We don't know what's going on in the city. We have a few books. We lack cigarettes. We have breaches in the walls. Our shelter is not safe and we have to constantly be on guard. I need more materials. That's what I need. Really. I need to send out Marco again. I think. Sadly enough. Like, the dude is not gonna get any reprieve at all. I can't increase the time. Like, I can't make it go faster. I can just end the day. So if I want to, for example, cook some food, eat it, and... Where are my cigarettes? You don't have any cigarettes, dude. We've been over this. Alright, 1 meal. Marco's gonna eat it. You're gonna make more water. If I don't misremember, the day's over at 8 p.m. as well, so we only got a couple hours left. You don't need his cigs. Like, health-wise, no, definitely not. But it seems that cigarettes work as some type of morale booster in this game, which they also do in like war and prisons and stuff. Cigarettes are important as a currency because it's a luxury, like a very easy luxury that gives you some type of boost or kick. He's hungry and tired. He is just tired. Alright. And we sent Pablo out to help someone board up their house. We 100% need to board up our house as well. How are you doing with your quitting? It's fine. Like, I haven't had a smoke in... Like, I've been nicotine free for, what, 5 weeks now? 6 weeks maybe? No. Somewhere around there? Like, I haven't had a smoke since I said I was gonna stop smoking. Since I stopped counting, like, oh, this is how many smokes I've had today. Yeah, like, it's an achievement, but like I say to friends and family who ask me about it, I'm not overly happy about my choice. Like, it's good, you save money, I feel healthier, and so on, but I do miss smoking. Like, I enjoy doing it. Not having smoking as a routine means I have to create new routines. Hello, wife. You are not asleep?
I think it was.
No, you're not asleep.
I heard smoking. Hey, smoking! No, smoking is good if we do come to war.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to go through the nicotine withdrawal during war.
No, for sure.
That would be sad.
That would be sad, indeed.
Oh, a little sneaky foot for...
A little sneaky foot. Sure, your push-ups are easier too. They are. They for sure are. Wait, there wasn't supposed to be.
What?
There wasn't supposed to be people here.
Oh no, now you have to...
It didn't say anything about people. No, I'm not gonna kill them. I'm gonna steal stuff and I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
What's that sound?
Yeah. Because I ran outside.
Oh, they're coming!
Yeah.
Now you have to kill them.
No, not necessarily. Someone using that door. Alright, they're leaving me be. Like, I can see where they're walking. Kinda. Alright, we're grabbing as many components as we can. It won't open. Alright. Can we check through here? Alright. Someone's up there. I can hide there if I need to. So, like, the default is that you sneak around, but you can also run, but when you run, you make a lot of noise. Obviously. I was gonna say that could be a rat, but it's definitely not a rat if it opened a door.
How do you know they're not coming closer right now?
Because they don't move while I loot.
Move while you do that.
Someone's here. No, no one's here. No one's here. Never mind me. No one's here. I stole their food. Yeah. I hope rats can't open doors. I don't think rats can open doors. Do you think that, wife?
Depends on the rats.
Depends on the rats.
Do you want my snacks?
What are the snacks? Grilled chips? I'd love your snacks.
And then a little bit of cola.
Mmm. Thank you. Luxury. We've been raided. They steal all our food and water all the time. The fuck is this? Is this like a mechanic where if you have too much of something? We're gonna upgrade the bench. He's very tired. He's very hungry. He's just hungry and tired. Ow. I got some chips. Chips from my wife. Powerful weapon for short distances. We need weapon parts. I think we had that in the other house. All right. Can you hear my like crunchiness, the crunch from the chips in the stream? Like I hope not. But also I don't give a fuck because I'm radical. Interesting. Hardly, if at all. Nice. Hungry and tired, hungry and tired. What do we need to improve this? It's all parts. $10:20 a.m. Alright, he's gonna eat that at least. Thank you so much, Ducky, for being here and helping me out. I appreciate it. I don't know, we can't make more filters? No. Gotcha. Well, that's really annoying. Also, of course, the cook likes to smoke. That's such a stereotype of cooks overall, that they like to smoke. Make one fuel. Classic. Right? Ow. He's tired. He's tired. I'm gonna sit down. And we'll end the day there. They say some people still live here against all odds. School has been shelled several times. Unfortunately, most of the cells have collapsed, so it might be a good idea to bring a shovel, maybe some of the tools. They say some homeless people have taken refuge inside the building. I'm not going to steal from homeless people. This supermarket is located in the area remaining under military control, but people are still trying to scavenge it for supplies. Alright, Sniper Junction. Small apartment building. Is owned by an elderly couple and their son. They're still around, somehow managing to fend off looters. They probably have supplies like food and meds, but won't be willing to share them with us. We can try to steal or take them by force. Lockpicks might come in handy. Where are the chicks in this game? Like the women, you mean? I don't think there are women. No, there are women. You can play as another trio where one of them is called Katya, and I'm pretty sure that's a woman. It's just, for some reason I started with these, and that's what I'm gonna continue with. Are there other scavengers here now? Yes, women. Who needs women in a game? No, that's no, I didn't mean that at all. I'm gonna grab that, I'm gonna grab that. Oh my gosh, Nick is here for that. I didn't say anything, Nick. You gonna hide here? I'm not here. I'm hiding. Okay, so as long as I hide there, they can't find me. They can't see me. Big sexy! Ah! Jesus Christ! You scare me. Alright, they're running outside. Can I loot while they're outside? Whoop! Get the bastard! What up, Samwise, motherfucker? I don't want to fight any of these guys. That's the thing. Found you? You didn't find me at all. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Hello, right? You want me to come say goodnight too?
Yes.
When?
Now.
Right now? Do you think you can wait like 10 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. Not much, just finishing up your day of work. Nice. Good on you to do some work, man. Proud of you. Good, hard, strong, hard working man. Strong work, hard man. Yes. Can grab that. Nice. Just gonna close this door. Gonna break the fuck out of this thing. Then I think I could technically like jump down here and get the fuck out. Alright, run to exit. Bye! They heard me. Haha, but I went away. I ran. This night was calm. Nice. He can make some of that. He's very tired, so he needs to go sleepy. Bye-bye. We need to put him to bed. Finally, I can make the hatchet. Because with the hatchet, I can start like chopping shit in the house, and I'll get more materials with that. Finally, there we go. Chop it to shit. I hope we'll manage to keep it warm in here. Yeah, me too, man. Someone's at the door. See if he has water. Well, are we gonna trade or what? I want water. I love some canned food. Just some normal food as well, honestly. Homegrown tobacco, we can sell some of that. Show me some more. I'm gonna show you some more. Look at this. Jewelry. Alright, that's not enough. How about a broken pistol? No. Some sugar. No sugar then. This offer of yours is too damn impressive, right? Deal. Now get the fuck out of my home. Oh my gosh. Grab all of that. See, the hatchet is like paying for itself. Nice negotiation. Right? Because, like, now I know that medicine is by far the most valuable thing you can have here. Haven't had a huge need for it yet, which probably means it's going to come back to bite me in the ass. But I have, like, herbal medicine. Something. He's hungry and very tired. He's just hungry and tired. Or he can eat and then go sleep. He doesn't need to build any of that, actually. Grab all. Go there. See what we can make here. Should be able to make a bed, right? Yep. Some filters. I feel like filters are pretty fucking important, though. Definitely need to make another bed, though. He's hungry and tired, hungry and tired. He's hungry and tired? Well, you're gonna go eat right about now. At least it's warm. This is very true, Bruno. At least it is warm. Yeah, we need components. Components is the most important part here, right now. Also because, like, we make filters out of components. But at least I know that, you know? So we won't need, whatchamacallit. We won't need wood for a little while, at least. He's making a third one. Alright. I gotta go say goodnight to the wife. I'll be right back, gang. Wow. I can only say, wow. Wow. Tired. Tired. Nothing like good sleep. You gotta see boobs and shit. I can't confirm nor deny these allegations levied against me. Alright, so there are homeless people in here. That's a huge amount of materials. Caution advice there. There's still supposed to be a lot of stuff there. We're gonna visit the shelled out school. Actually, we don't need to hash it with us. You know what? We can just choose that one. Alright. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Well, I have. I mean, she's my wife after all. If we have consummated the marriage, after all, that is maybe not a rat. What was that? Was that like... Oh, it is a rat up there. Yeah, the whooshing sound must have been shelling. This door is boarded up. Yeah, it's shelling in the distance. Nothing worth taking. The shuttle is doing good jobs. His grin was proof he did. Oh, come on. That was what I thought, and that was definitely the case. Yeah, you can't just assume that I see boobs. This is, are you saying my wife is loose with her boobs? That she would just show them to me any old time? What are you implying about my wife? Please, defend yourself. Ow. Mmm. You know I love to riot. That she's your wife and you get a free ticket to the show anytime you like, or she likes as well. This is very true. This is very true, though. Tickets to the show are distributed to me daily. Ha ha ha. Oh. Doesn't seem to be fucking anything there, but I'll still grab through. Aha! There was stuff here. Yep, Nick, so far, solid game. Not as traumatizing as I thought it would be. Like, there's definitely some traumatizing stuff, like when I stole from that family, and the kid was like, "Please stop! Why are you doing this?" That made me feel like kind of a douchebag. Gotta admit. Better go overboard on the warnings. Yes, very true. Oh, we got an ad incoming in about 2 minutes as well, gang. And I'm terribly sorry about it. I can't jump over there. Then fuck you, I guess. At least I got a shit ton of components now. Oh, Panda. Playing Warframe. Like a legend. This door's boarded up. That one has bars on it. I'll just grab these things and leave them. Exit, return, or run to exit. So I know there's more stuff here. Yeah, exactly. There's a whole underground thing there. Oh, random question. What's your favorite cereals, top 3? Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. Didn't mean to ignore you, Samwise. Favorite cereals, top 3. Controversial. Special K is the best one. It's crunchy. It doesn't feel too sugary. And you can have it with basically anything. Like, you can eat it as is as well if you're really a psychopath like I tend to be. Second. Wait, what's
Dr.
this?
Vem, you're the human equivalent of a participation trophy. Pointless and disappointing. You have the charisma of wet cardboard and
Yep.
the brains to match.
Yep.
Even your
That's true.
shadow leaves you out of pity. Calling you a mess is an insult to messes everywhere. You're proof that evolution takes a coffee break sometime. Dr. Vem,
Coffee break sometimes.
your personality is buffering forever.
Forever.
You're the glitch no one asked for in the simulation of life. Your brain cells filed a restraining order against you.
So filed a restraining order against you. What the fuck?
You couldn't win an argument with a magic 8-ball.
Three different ones.
You're the reason the word
Coming up.
pathetic comes with an exclamation point. Dr. Vem, if cluelessness was a sport, you'd be an Olympic gold medalist. You flail through life like a toddler in a hurricane. Your ideas are so bad they could ruin a landfill. Watching you try is
ruin
like
a
watching a snail
landfill.
arm wrestle a tank. Dr. Vem, your social skills are on life support. Even Google can't help your incompetence. You make Mondays feel exciting by comparison.
Fuck, man. Alright, well.
You're the human embodiment of try again later. You make awkward look like an art form, but tragically unskilled. Dr. Vem, even failure is embarrassed to be associated with you.
Oh, come
You're the
on.
unpaid
Fuck
extra
you.
in the movie of your own life. You're like a broken pencil, pointless and frustrating. Dr. Vem, your attempts at competence are considered a natural disaster. You have all the grace of a penguin on roller skates. Your aura screams,
all the grace of a
please
penguin on
make
roller
this stop. Follow me, Nobles TV.
Fuck! What the fuck, Nobles? What the fuck? It's so fucking mean. It's so mean. It's so fucking mean. Oh my god, back to back to back. Are you gonna serial block me? Oh my fucking god. I'm not crying, you're crying. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. My feelings are utterly destroyed. I don't think I'll ever be able to recover from this. It's just too much right now. Tears of laughter. Or just tears, you know? Who knows? Wait, he was hungry as well, though. I understood the assignment. You did. You did. Oh, thank you, Pixie. Oh. Shaking my tits at you. Like the stripper I am. Gonna board up more stuff. Jesus Christ. Oh gosh. Let's see here. You're hungry, so you're gonna go eat first. Then you're gonna listen to the radio. No. Hey. Mr. Bruno Goodcook. You're officially a whore shaking tits on cam for biddies. I mean, if it walks like a whore and talks like a whore, then is it? Or is it just a DrVem? Jesus Christ. Then it's DrVem, yep. You got it, Reggie. You got it. So where's the line for playfully mocking and just straight up insulting? The line is kind of blurry. Oh, it's always been kind of blurry with me, haven't it? Oh my gosh. Harsh. But he gives me money for it, so I guess decent trade? I don't know. Bruno Goodcook is done. Marco tired. This is payback? For what? For what? We're of bands of looters roaming the city. It's best to lock your doors and stay inside. Some classical music. It's cool outside with clouds and possible rainfall. It's cold eating, so just grab a good book and a hot cup of tea and relax in your armchair by the fireplace. The Weather Channel is like on so many bands. Classical music. Hey Frankie Frank. By the way, we were bands of looters. As if war wasn't enough, crime was on the rise in the city of Kogoran. There were reports of armed assaults and robberies. Yeah, I'm one of those robbers. What can I say? I'm just a badass. Glad I have this book. Oh my gosh.
Fine. We can go back to the original stuff. So, DrVem, don't you just hate it when your cat wakes you like meow, meow, meow,
Oh, come
meow,
fucking
meow,
on.
meow, 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 meow,
I prefer the insults.
meow, meow,
I
meow,
prefer the
meow,
insults.
meow, 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 meow.
You broke AI, Reggie. Can't stop laughing. This is where you have a keybind to skip TTS stuff. No, if people spend money on it, I should suffer through it, I think. I feel like that's a rule. Alright, let's just end the day. Jesus fucking Christ. Marco is a skilled scavenger, but he is tired. Huge amounts of food, though. Huge amounts of weapons, huge amount of parts. Lots of food. Lots of materials. Still in the ruined villa. Let's fucking go there. definitely need more parts. Alright, let's go scavenge. You shall suffer! Man, that is my life. Just me suffering. Maybe there's something left in the fridge. Oh, you wish, don't you? Oh, come on. My gosh, the Duck Hunter dog. That is a classic, though. That is such a classic. The Duck Hunter dog. Alright, we're gonna steal more of their food. Just gonna wait here for him to walk past. Hopefully we'll be able to walk in here and loot all of this area as well.
Now look, Buster, let's have an understanding. Now what? Brother, what a way to run a railroad. Now, as I was saying...
Come on, come on. This is right here. Jesus. What the fuck? Daffy, come on. Come on, Daffy. You gotta be nice to me, Daffy. Come on. Nobles, come on. You gotta be nice to me, Nobles. Come on. Did she pass away? Alright, let's see what we can find here. It's a fuck ton of wood. And a teddy bear. Me roasting you is me being nice. Fair. Fair. I accept these premises. Alright, there we go. Got more materials, or components, I guess they're called. You didn't find me at all! Get the bastard. I died! If I didn't treat you like that, then you aren't my real friend. This is very true. This is very true. Alright, Marco died. We're down one person. Marco was killed while looking for supplies, and we got raided in the night. Bruno got slightly wounded. They stole some shit from us. Hungry, sad, slightly wounded. Jesus. They'll come back in force. I mean, probably. They stole all of our food. Fuck me. Alright. To kill like that, what a waste of life. Yeah, I agree. Oh my gosh. Our things. Alright, at least we got the hatchet and stuff. Sad, hungry, slightly wounded. I mean, I gotta send out someone, right? I gotta end the day. See what I can do here. Doug, that reminds me, I reached Doctor's repo VOD and saw him kill our child. No, that's not, that would never happen. I wouldn't do such a thing. Why would you say that? Oh, come on! Fuck's sake! Alright, that was actually good. That was actually well played. Well played. My god. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. You get 15. Ducky Jr. revenge. Jesus. Whew. Oh my gosh. Alright, fuck it. Scavenge. Whew. Wait, no bandits here. They said it was an old couple. Also knows that Doctor did have that updated mod pack. Didn't. But I should have had it. And I gotta re-download it then. Like your mod pack, that is. I have to take care of my parents. Alright. Alright, we got some food here, right? Nice, nice, nice. Alright. We're just gonna run away from here. Run home with the food, with what little food we have. Fucking annoying. Welcome to hell. The night was calm. Well, I very much appreciate that. Hungry and sad, yeah. The bait's still there. Hope we catch something soon. Okay. Oh my gosh. It's just nice to rewatch it, to watch him die to the nuke. That's not very nice of you to say. It's kind of mean, even. What up, Royar? Sup, G? Sup, fool? How you doing, man? Simple cooked meal, more nutritious. Alright, yeah, let's go with that one. How you doing, man? Alright, we got enough of that. Fine, what about you? Well, I have been roasted by nobles a fuck ton today, so apart from that, I'm doing well. Been playing this war of mine, which is a very sad game about the realities of war, while also being a resource gathering game. Alright, grab all of these things. It's a cool game. It is definitely a cool game. Like, I love the concept, I love the thought behind it. Like, everything here is very, very real. And that makes me sad. Like Bruno. I'm a sad man. Go sleep, Bruno. You can be depressed in bed. Yeah, I know. The art style is amazing as well. I've had enough sleep. Well... Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's a solid game. Someone's at the door. Hey, I need help. Please open. Of course, Bruno will help. Nick, can you tell me if we're gonna get more people later as well? Sorry, I'm terrified. Nope. Yes, I saw a band of shady looking Can you please protect us for a night or two? Yes, absolutely. Sure thing. You can get more people. Nice. Alright, that's always something at least. Let's end the day. Oh shit, we found a bunch of new places. Known for his charitable priest, Oleg. Alas, the church is really being a state and Oleg's fate is unknown. We can expect piles of rubble, so a shovel might come in handy. A group of armed men are said to occupy the vestry building now. Going there might be dangerous. Abandoned cottage. Some meds, lots of weapons, some parts. Some food, lots of meds. Huge amounts of parts. Huge amounts of food. We gotta go to the school. Let's scavenge! How often do you lose people in this game, though, Nick? Like, is it common to lose people to fights? I feel like losing this many people this early on, like even the one, is too much. I'm gonna grab this. Depends on how good you are at the game. Shut up, man. That's mean. That's a very mean thing to say to someone who's clearly not very good at the game. Alright, fucking go there then. Alright. That's why I told you to read the description and look at it. It will clue you in on who, what you might find. Yeah, no. That I get, though. That I get. It's just, like, finding people and actually having a chance to fight them is a very different thing. Posture check? Wow. Can't even relax. Thank you, Frankenstein. Avoid bandits until you have a gun, or just avoid them at all costs. You want to go pacifist. Like, I don't want to kill people, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to kill people IRL, and in the game, the characters seem to get very, very sad if you kill people. So, kind of don't want to do that either. But it's war. But I am a pacifist. That's the thing. I'd love it if there was, like, non-lethal stuff. Like, I tried to hit someone with a shovel, but they didn't get hurt, even. Wait, let's go up here, actually. I wanna unboard this door. Wait, this wasn't boarded? Could have walked down here all the time? I'm an idiot. I'm such a fucking idiot. Well. Alright, we have a fuck ton of wood, so if we can get rid of it, I will. If we find something else. They took my food again. Homeless people. It's like so much here, though. There's a new game called Into the Dead, Our Darkest Days. It has a similar style of it, set in an apocalyptic world filled with zombies and other dangers. See, that's the thing, though, like, with zombies, I don't have a problem murdering them or other people, because it's a kill or be killed world. And usually other people are like scavengers who are ready to kill you. But in this game, I just feel too bad. I'm gonna grab this. Exit. True. Like, zombies are always bad. Like, even when you have games or movies where it's like, oh, the zombies have some brains. It's like, yeah, but they're still zombies. Like they're literally the undead. They can't grow. They won't develop. They will rot and die. Like killing them would be a mercy. But in this game, it's like, no, we could survive if we all just worked together. He's asleep there now. All of them are asleep. It's very early in the AM. Someone's here. Good evening. Good evening. Alright, so they're kind of friendly, these guys. Ooh, Jesus. Let's see if we can get rid of these things then. Water's always needed. Right. Men vad vet jag? Gamla flaskor. What the fuck? I love you, Frankenstein. You're a wonderful person. Alright, we're just gonna look through all of this. I can steal from them, but I don't want to steal. Like, if it's just an open hand, like, hey, you can take this. It's like, yeah, I'll take a look-see. But I won't straight up steal from people. Gathita escaped. Rigged. Love having a crowbar, though. Alright. I can't trade with any of them. Sorry, that's a burp. Missed the dishes wait before the work. Alright, so there's like still components and shit here. Just run to the exit. So we can definitely go here for more materials later. If we've survived at all. Like our place was abandoned last night. It's annoying that you can only send one person to scavenge at a time though. But I understand it that you can only control one player at a time. We've been raided. Things they stole. Yeah, food, cigarettes, and water. Makes sense, though. Let's see. No. You eat. Sorry, it's Pavla who should do stuff. Definitely need a shovel. Can't live without a shovel. Can't bubble without a shovel. I'm sorry for that. It's not a good joke. Let's see what the radio says. Coffee is becoming less and less available in the besieged city of Kagora, and the price of coffee on the black market are expected to rise. Ooh, that's interesting. Crime's on the rise. It's cool outside of the weather channel. Alright, cool. Let's see, we definitely need more components. A mixer? How do I build mixer? It's still very early in the day as well. No sleeping, Bruno. Come on, I haven't gotten all day. Fuck off, dude. Alright. I'll grab some filters. I'll grab a bunch of that. You don't have any good food, though. You gotta be kidding me, show me more. Very generous of you. There we go. See what we can make with what we bought. We still don't have food, but at least we ate. Weapon parts. Need weapon parts for those things. Gotcha. Definitely need weapon parts for this one as well. Balls. This is very, very annoying. Yes, we need to upgrade this one first then. Components and wood is what we need. We'll fix that. Components and wood. We have that in the homeless shelter. Although we do need food as well. Especially considering we keep getting robbed. We're gonna go out and scavenge. Huge amounts of food at the shelled school. Where are those huge amounts of food though? Hotel. The owners of this city, along with foreign journalists who had been staying there, someone moved in there recently and spread the news that he was willing to barter. Maybe he has something useful for us. Caution advised, possible trade. Let's go. Could exchange some of that, I think. Scavenge. Let's go. We'll see what we can get from this dude. Jesus, Nobles has spent almost 1,000 bits on just insulting me. That's insane. Those are insane numbers. I'm special. I feel so special. And I'm special by... Let's see what we can get here. Yeah, we're gonna shovel people again. Shovel, shovel, shovel. No, I'm gonna try to trade with people. Yay! Thank you, Pixie. I'm shaking my booty. And actively shaking my toes. Hey stranger, wanna trade? Go to the first floor. Gotcha. Doesn't seem like we have to shovel people this time though. We're gonna see what we can trade first and foremost. You got something I like? Oh, you sure did. Oh, those are good though. It won't do. Try harder. How about my shovel? Right, what the fuck, seriously? Alright, there you go. Take my shovel, you asshole. I'll onboard this for them. Stripper! We'll allow it. My legs went numb. Yeah, that's not a good sign, buddy. I mean, something's bad. So I'm just gonna loot their place and then sell it back to them, or trade it back to them. This is what I'm gathering from what I'm doing right now. We'll close this again. We're running. Oh, no, Steely. Only take what you're allowed to take. No Steely. I hope I won't have to burn this book. I'll get some air. I don't know how to reach that place. Alright, we'll break in here. This is our place. Leave? Absolutely, absolutely. I'll leave. Holy shit. At least they tell me to get the fuck out before they shoot me. It's always something. Day 11, outbreak of crime. This night was calm. Nothing yet. I guess we have to wait. Come on, man. A little break for another chapter. Not very tasty, but it's filling. Yeah, we got some food at least. I think I gotta turn off my sound here. There we go. That feels better. Well, you're still very sad, my man. Ooh, right, wait. You can actually go sleep. And this guy can go here. Thermoregulator? No, I'm good. I'll make one of those, because that's what I need to upgrade as well. It's still the AM as well. And that's kind of nice, though. Like, you put in one food, you get 2 food. Hello, bestie. How are you, bestie? Are you alive, bestie?
Sean the non-believer. Sean.
Oh, wait, we can use... Oh, man, I didn't know that. You can use just manure to catch small ones as well. I'm a bit drunk, but I'm good. Damn cast lock. Sure. Grow plants indoors. Reinforced door. Jeez. Alright, wait, you can like actually make a bunch of stuff here. Like a proper door. Alright, let's see here. Were you out drinking with the hubs again? Going through the food stalls with beer? How are you? How's the game? The game is really nice, actually. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10 game. It is horrifyingly accurate about how difficult the horrors of war are. I'm enjoying it a lot, though. Like, I'm stuck here. I started playing it at like 6-ish. We're 3 hours and 40 minutes in, and I don't feel like quitting yet. I'm thinking about grabbing an energy drink, though. Just because I enjoy the taste of them. No, he's gonna scavenge. He's gonna guard. The hotel has lots of food stuff. Warehouse. Currently it's used as a hideout by a group of armed thugs. It is very dangerous. Brothel? You want to get laid for a can of meat, this is the place. Mother will do some real king stuff to get food for their children. It's a big building. They have plenty of goods and are eager to trade. Man, I don't want to do any of that. Semi-detached house. People living in the other half. Apparently they aren't hostile. Alright, we're gonna prepare for this. Let's trade with that. Oh, we could actually trade a fair bit of water. Cool. Alright. I'll have to share on the Discord. Yeah. Nobles, just check the bits. And that's how much Nobles has spent on just... I was gonna say raw dogging me, but that sounds wrong. But also correct. Apparently there's an AI that makes music in here that Noble's found, and he's made some literal diss tracks. Back to back, front to front, and back to back again. Nobles did what? You heard me. There's no protection. Just spit as lube. Nothing else. Really mean stuff, you know. Not very caring, not very loving. Let's see. This should be food, right? It was hilarious. Yeah. It was, though. Alright. I'm gonna take all of that. I want to find the people I can trade with. That's a bunch of wood. Alright, yeah. We're gonna go back here later and loot. Hi, I have some things to exchange. Want to see? Of course I do. I want to give you all this water and my tobacco. Deal. I haven't gone upstairs either, though. Grab all of that. I'm gonna go downstairs first, I think. That was just planks and stuff, so we don't need to worry too much about that. Ooh. Stuff. I don't have a shovel, right? Yeah, no, I just have the crowbar. Oh, come on. Seems like I need a bunch of these as well. This might be enough, though. Well, I have food. That was the most important part. I have food, and I have parts and components. So, something, at least. Someone using that door? Nope. Not me, at least. I didn't steal your shit. I did, chat. I did. I stole it. Did their shit. Did. Oh my gosh. Day 12. Things they stole. Food and water. Yeah. Bruno got slightly wounded. No shits. Look what I got. Slightly wounded. Hungry, sad, tired. Oh, tired. Tired little Bruno. Go sleepy sleep, Bruno. Oh, come on, 10 more, and I still need all that wood. Holy shit. We can make a pistol. Alright, I think we gotta make a pistol. I'm really annoyed that we lost Marco, though. He's so fucking useful. He's like the best scavenger. We won't hold him back forever. No, we won't. That's very true. I don't understand why you can't go scavenging during the day. It's like I don't really have anything to do now. We got a trader coming. Something, at least. Can I stay? You see, so frankly, I don't think it serves well. Yes! Sure thing, dude. Good mathematician. That is very interesting. Wonder what he can do. Let's see, we can't make another bed though. This is the first time we get another dude though. That's really, really nice. Sick on meds. Alright. Yeah, he's not gonna go scavenge for sure. He's gonna sleep, you're gonna guard. Gonna go back there. You know what? We need specifically like a lot of wood and a lot of components, so that's what we're gonna go get now. You grab all of that. Alright, shit. Grab all of that. Fuck it up. Grab all. We can give them some fuel later, then. Really need a shovel again. Alright, we'll see if we can trade with these guys again. We'll give you this, we'll give you that, give you that. I'd love some food. It won't do, try harder. Fine, we can have a deal. Dude, you drive a hard-ass bargain. Alright, nothing here. Let's see what we have here. Ooh. Actually not bad at all. Alright, interesting. Got a bunch of stuff there. We're just gonna run to the exit then. And go back home. See if this is enough. Yeah, I need to learn this game more. Things was calm. Oh, come on, 7 more. Alright. We need to make another bed. Old man bed over there. Slightly wounded and tired. Hungry and slightly sick. We can actually make a double one then. He's hungry. You're slightly wounded and tired. You're hungry and slightly sick. We don't have any more meds for him though. Not a good day. Open up. Is that really how you speak to people in their home though? It would cost you. I'm gonna sell a fuck ton of these things.
Bird. Birdie. Birdie, birdie.
Birdie. Bird. Need anything else? No. Dagger and Sway, you still be live? Right? I'm just full of surprises, aren't I? Wait, no, he needs to go eat. He needs to upgrade this. Well, like, what does good mathematician mean? Good cook, I understand that he can make food pretty well. It's getting worse day by day. No, it's not. It's all good. It's all super fun. Wait. Did he just... Did it cost way less with him? It feels like a good mathematician should be able to, like, upgrade stuff for cheaper. Right? No, never mind. It's all the same anyway. Let's see what it costs to upgrade this. Too much, honestly. How are you doing, good guy? How's life? What's happening? Good guy is the goodest guy. That's right. I took away some redeems, added some new ones. You should love it. It's a wonderful one. Everyone in the staff has one now. Pretty sure. Oh, I can hydrate. I shall glug, mother lover. You know what? They're both gonna sleep. Fuck it. And we need wood. We need wood. Okay. Let's see here what we can find that we didn't grab last time. Yeah, a fuck ton of stuff that we actually need. Yay! I'm gonna run over there, see what we can find. Grab it. There's fear in letting go. Metal. Metal. Alright, let's see what's here. Ooh. Don't mind some gun parts. Books are always good to have. That should be enough, right? Alright, run to exit. Well, I know there's... At least I know there's more material here. I'm starting to get the hang of this game a bit more as well. Next playthrough is gonna get easier. And I love having a beard. It's so nice, just touching it. Play search, not playwright. A playwright is what Mr. Shakespeare was. Anton has a deep wound. He could do with some damages. Oh man. We don't have a single fucking bandage, though. And we don't have any food. Dang. Not okay. I think you're not okay either. I think you're awesome. See what I did there? Hungry, sad, wounded. Make the upgrade. Hungry, wounded, sad. Life just sucks for our little Polish guys, doesn't it? Alright, let's see what we can make. We can make, ooh, a military vest. Wait, no. Let's see if he can make it. Anyone there? I brought you something. Is it free? Came to thank you for your help. That's very nice of you. I can give you... Oh, shit. Dope. Alright. See, good actions lead to great things. Let's run down. Powerful weapon for short distance. That was you. Realistic knocking. Asshole. Okay. Knock knock. Yeah. The worst thing is, like, it really, really sounds like it's from next door here. We're having a lot of fun now, aren't we? It's not the stream. What are you talking about? It's not the stream. What are you talking? Fuck you. Mm-hmm. Wait, before you go to sleep, Anton. What are you talking about? I'm talking about your fucking face, you bastard bitch whore. Ah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm annoyed that I don't have Marco anymore. Such a good scavenger. Like, how do I upgrade these fuckers? Can I even? Alright, he's gonna run over there. He's gonna have this one, that one. Scavenge. Go! Now we're gonna run here. It's me. It's me. Run. Run. Jump. Jump. I am a dwarf and I dig the hole. Dig hole. Dig hole. I am a dwarf and I dig the hole. Dig hole. Dig the hole. Welcome back, ad viewers. You ain't missed much. We're still surviving the wasteland of random Polish city. Oh, they'll be angry if I steal that from them. I'm gonna check this noise. Is wifey home or awake? She's at home but not awake. She is asleep. She was here before. Playing the new Hobbit game. Having a grand old time. You wanted to kiss wife? Why you want to kiss my wife? Monsieur? Only I kiss my wife. Where are you? What do you mean, who am I? I'm me. Don't hurt me. Oh, come on, come on. Don't shoot at me. I did nothing. I was just there. Wow. Abandoning me just like that. Alright, goodbye, good guy. Have a fun time with whatever you're doing. We're all severely wounded. We have no meds, no nothing. No food. Sad, depressed. Man. I'm gonna make alcohol in my bedroom. Next time they'll break through, it's pointless. No, it's not pointless. Fuck you, Bruno. There's an anorith in chat as well. We don't need to build anything more. It'll kill us all in the end. This is very, very depressing. Why would you say such a thing? There's no point anyway. They're so defeatist, my guys. Have some things to exchange. No, you go back to bed, old man. Actually. Rather chilly inside, we should think about heating? No. Never. But yeah. Definitely need to, like, upgrade stuff very quickly. We need sugar. You have 1 can of food. Alright. I have a whole lot of water to barter. Alright, deal. Severely wounded and depressed. Man. I should send him on his way. Bestie's playing Warframe. Oh my gosh. Insane. Love the music. It just went from Fastman to Warframe. Nice. I've just been like... I put on some... What was it? Honey Revenge? What were they called? People who make the song God, I'm such an airhead. Da, da. It's a shade. Honey Revenge, nice. Love you, you're one of the best people I know. Just, oh, shucks. You're one of the best people I know. I love you too, bestie. I'm not that good though. I don't know how many times I've stomped Long Terror Head on my way home from work. But that's the thing as well, like, you gotta stomp to it. It's a must stomp song. Fuck you, yes you are. Alright. Did I spit on myself? You compliment me, I spit on myself. That's just the way I work. Otherwise you wouldn't be my maid of honor. True. I'm so fucking proud that I'm a maid of honor. I'm a badass. Huge amounts of food. It is very dangerous. St. Mary's Church, no. Now, you know what? We're gonna go to the warehouse. We're gonna bring guns. We're gonna try this out. The home team is also really nice. Who are the home team? Like, it's a band? Is that what you're starting? It's a band. We're gonna grab all of this. Pozor! 50 meter. These guys. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like the sound so far. See you next Tuesday. That's cunt. We have to go find Lena. We'll be at the market every day at noon. S plus D. We get all the good stuff out. Oh, Jesus Christ! Died. Immediately. Alright, we're gonna... I'm gonna go grab a drink, and we're gonna restart. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my gosh, I suck at this game. Oh man. I'm hooked on this game though. Another try. New? Oh wait. That's 4 people you start with. No, I want Marco. I need Marco in my life. I'm just not gonna waste his life like I have before. Marco. Oh Jesus, this was a big place. Really big place. Holy shit. This is really nice. Alright, we got food stuff. Alright, so this is gonna be our main area. On air. We got a radio here? Like we can send radio signals? That's insane. Cool house, right? Like I love a game with random stuff in it, like roguelites and stuff as well. And just the fact that like it's a new game every time you play. It's kind of cool. And by kind of cool, I mean very cool. Oh, now I understand why you said Polo. Marco. Oh my gosh. You get the driest sense of humor, and I love it. Jesus fucking Christ, Nick. Oh, that's so stupid. That's so stupid it hurts my head. Hurts my little brain. Alright. No, that's just a chair. Never mind. We don't want to sit on it. We can run down here though. Grab all of those things. There's nothing here. It's a good place to look out though. Always something. Happiness in a can right there. Oh yeah, so these areas are gonna be main areas for now. Man. You know what? You go there instead. Hotel. There we go. Yeah, I think we got enough for a stove as well. Oh, but do we want that though? You know, we want to make tools as fast as possible. Very nice. Alright, we got some food. Those are really good songs, Nick. It's annoying that Nick thinks he has the best taste in music ever, and then whenever he plays a song, it is like extremely good music. Ooh, that's a nice get. Pablo, you will run down there. No, I think it's just okay. I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Like most of the music, if not all of the music that he says to listen to, I enjoy. You have the same ability though. Are you feeling threatened by him, bestie? Is that it? I'm saying he has good taste in music and you're like, no, I have better taste in music. You do have better taste in music. You have the best taste in music. Can't take that away from you, and I wouldn't even if I wanted to. No, I don't. It's just not that great. Wow. Shots fired. Shots fired. I am also easily impressed. This is very true. You know what? We're gonna send him down here. He's slightly sick, he's slightly wounded. The night. Oh, come on. He's gonna scavenge. He's gonna sleep. He's gonna guard. They see some people still live there. Family beckons on this despite their solution got inside its bound since. Lots of food. Alright. This is where we go first. Alright, scavenge. Let's go. Alright, so this is the same type of one that we did last time. And there's nothing in there. It's so different having Marco, because he has so much space in his inventory. Like, can you upgrade so you have all of this space as well later? I wonder. Look, I did it first try. Yay. Well done, mister. Alright. So we obviously got some stuff here. I'm just gonna run back home though. Marco is back. My bestie's getting married pretty soon. I'm very excited for that. And her bachelorette party is going to be fairly soon as well. I'm very excited for that. Also very nervous, obviously. I've never held a bachelorette party before. We'll see how well it goes. Hopefully it'll be super awesome. You're scared? Scared about the bachelorette? Or the wedding? Or both? It's okay to be scared. Alright, we won't be able to do that. The bachelorette, oh my gosh. How can you be afraid of that? Come on. No, it's not gonna be that bad. I promise. We're gonna be nice to you. We're gonna treat you so well. It's gonna go well. I promise. I promise. You're gonna have such a fun time. Most likely. At least it's warm. That is very true, Pavel. Oh.
DrVem is a multifaceted creator, streamer, and all-around enigma. Known for his infectious energy and uniquely unpredictable style, he keeps fans guessing and entertained at every turn. Whether he's diving into intense gaming sessions, sharing his quirky humor, or just being his one-of-a-kind self, DrVem brings a blend of charm, wit, and creativity that's impossible to ignore.
This is what Nobles does. He insults me for 1,000 bits, and then he's like, oh, one compliment.
He's the kind of personality makes your ass itch.
He's the kind of personality that makes your ass itch? What the fuck? Oh, come on, man. Oh my gosh. Alright, fine. Asshole! 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, jeez. 12 is what you get. You get the 12. Oh my gosh. You get the 12. Did push ups 12. There we go. You booty. Oh my gosh. Alright. Let's cook that real quick. Slightly sick. Go sleep then. Hungry, slightly wounded, and tired. Right, nothing there. Make one of those. Right, what do we need? We need, yeah, planks and components. That's all. Just planks and components. Wait, no. He should go sleep, not you. What up, X-Gamer? I really thought you had ended at this point. We've been live for 4.5 hours. I think we can be okay with that. Tired, slightly recovering. Alright, it'll change. I don't feel so well. Well, you shouldn't be running. End the day. You sure you've played a little of this game? He's gonna sleep in bed, he's gonna guard. We're gonna keep looting the abandoned thing here. You know what? We're just gonna go in no tools. See how much we can get. I'm enjoying the fuck out of this game. I think it's really dope. I'm also a sucker for any game where it's like point and click and survival crafting. We don't need any of these things. Wait, no. No. Exits. So we know there's good stuff here for when we need it. But right now we just need the simple stuff. I recognize the game. I've never played it, but maybe just like 20 minutes. Yeah, that might be entirely correct. I've played it for 4.5 hours now. Oh, come on. It's disgusting. There's a little bug inside here. Just because I have an open window and stuff. Now I can't see it anymore, at least. So, you know, when... Kind of nice game, yeah. I mean, it's very sad, very depressing. Yes. Gotta go to bed. Got school in the morning. Love you too. My school starts on Monday. So I'm still an adult without stuff I need to do. What's it called? You're off work tomorrow? Fuck yeah! Wait, I'm actually gonna remove my cap. It's continually sweaty and I'm like, oh, it's in the way. Don't need to have my cap on all the time. Sleep tight, bestie. Just gonna miss the song. Oh, what song, Nobles? What song? Someone tried to rob us. They didn't get anything. But Marco has a wound.
Nobles TV composed a song for you. Controller of Chaos is a merciless expose of DrVem's legendary
We're gonna
inability to
pause.
game. From the first clumsy keystroke to the last missed combo, the track turns every misplay into a full-on anthem of failure.
You call yourself the master, but you fumble every round. Thumbs twisted on the stick as your avatar goes down. Respawn don't mean nothing when you panic every time. Controller of chaos, caught in your own decline. Game over. Game over. You already
Nice.
know the line.
Pretty good so far.
Game over. Game over. Controller of chaos, fight.
Nice. Pretty good, pretty good.
Back pedal through the lobby like you're stuck in a loop. Button smash disasters and you fall
The beat
for
goes kinda
every
hard, right?
ruse. Missing
Doesn't that
every
just?
target when the crosshair lines up clean. Legends in your nightmares, but you're nowhere in the scene. You call yourself the master, but you fumble every round. Thumbs twisted on the ground as your avatar goes down, 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 down. In your own decline. Game over. Game over. You already know the line. Game over. Game over. Controller of chaos, fight.
Very good song. Fucking awesome song. We need a full length song, full length version of that song. Jesus fuck. Anthem of Failure as well. That's not very nice, is it? Your changer will only do 90 seconds. Should do 180 seconds. Can you change that? I would if I could. That needs to be a full song, and now made the official song of DrVem channel. Come on. That would be me. I'd gladly eat something. Nope, not you. Marco, though. I know it's new for you, that's why it's 200 bits. You never adjusted it. Oh, gotcha. You get new stuff with new milestones. Ooh, cool. Didn't know that Tanja unlocked stuff after you get milestones. That's new to me. Pretty cool. No one's coming to visit. You have a level up program in it. Yeah, I know there's a level up program, but I didn't know you actually unlock stuff. I just thought it was just like, hey, look. Yay, your next level. He's gonna sleep in the bed. They're both gonna sleep in the bed and we're gonna hope for the best. Got meds, weapons, parts. Yeah, we're not gonna steal from them. Say some homeless people have taken refuge inside the building. I'm gonna go to the shelled out school. The scavenge. You unlock shit at every level. Dope. I need to go into my tantrum more often and check that shit out. I'm really shit at like just looking up stuff around the stream. Like streaming I can do, it's just sitting here, but like actually, you know, the admin around it, really bad with that. What is it?
Can't wait to be up at 6 a.m. when Monday comes. That is also why I need to sleep early now to get my sleep on the correct side.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I will be tired as fuck. So, bye-bye, you all have it good and see you next time. Love to you all, best of luck of whatever you're doing right now.
See you, X-Gamer. Thanks for being here. Love you, buddy. Have a good sleep. Hope you get your sleeping schedule on the right side. It's much easier with my shovel. Yeah, no shit, dude. I think of course it's gonna be easier with the shovel. Bye-bye! We're gonna grab all that. I'm pretty sure we need like weapon stuff now though. Like weapon materials. Ouch. I think that's the next step here. We'll just grab a couple of those. Don't I have a crowbar? I hope there are weapon stuff in the school benches here. That would be dope. Oh, come on. If it was an American school. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't say anything. Didn't say a single thing. Let's see here. We're gonna go down here. Oh my gosh. Man, it's just only like 10:30. It's fine. It's all fine. So fine. So good. Super good. Nope. Alright. See, that's the thing I need to... or one of the things I need to get. Took my food again? Oh no. Such sad. They took your food. Oh, hello. What up? I'm just gonna loot the fuck out of this school, Mr. Homeless Man. Right now. Alright, can't cut through those bars. Yeah, I know I run too much. Ooh. Definitely gonna grab all this water. That's good stuff. Tobacco. That's good for bartering. Secret stash behind the fridge. Ooh. Nice. Alright, we're gonna check here. Ooh, that's medicines. We're gonna have to be forced to go back soon as well. Alright, so no weapon stuff here. I'm gonna run to the exit then. So there's like, I guess wood and shit here. Very normal materials. I know there's good stuff in here. Or it should be at least. Marco is back. Please tell me we weren't raided. Nice. Hungry and slightly wounded. He's gonna cook food for everyone. Hungry and slightly sick. At least it's warm, that's true. Alright, he can make shit with that. We need more wood for the rainwater collector and for the still. We need more wood to upgrade this as well. Oh, come on. I'm really annoyed at this. Yeah, for that we just need wood and weapon parts. We need 1 weapon part for that. 4 wood for that one. That's not really a problem in and of itself. Components we need. Damaged helmet. Alright. Slightly sick. Take some herbs. For your being slightly sick. Alright, we're gonna make fuel out of 1 thing of components. Not happy about it, but that's what we're doing. I'm bleeding, but just a little. Yeah, we don't have any bandages, man. Yeah, but we're gonna take care of our boys. That'll do for now. It wasn't easy to get here, so let's make it worth the effort. For sure, bro. Alright, wait, first of all, we're gonna see if we can sell you some stuff. I can give you a lot for this. Alright. Oh my gosh, really? I'll take that deal. Make another deal, man. It won't do, try harder. How about that? For one pill? Or for one box of pills? It's insane, dude. You know, I'm gonna continue riding this high here. I'm gonna grab as much as we can here. Just luxury items. No. Won't do, try harder. Alright, so that's where he draws the line. Alright. Fine, we can have a deal. Deal. Nice. Oh my gosh, that's some good bartering right there. That's some real good bartering, honestly. Some really fucking good bartering. Need 5 of those, yeah. Alright, but we need a saw regardless. He's slightly wounded. Don't feel too well, I think I have a fever. Nope. Go to bed, man. See, what do we need for this? A shit ton. See, what do we need to upgrade this? It's like a lot. I was just prepare cook food more efficiently, saving fuel. It feels like that's gonna be important though. Alright, now I've rested. Nice. Ooh, nice. It uses less water as well. Oh shit, why didn't I do that way before? You go sleep. Alright, we'll make 2 more of those, just so we have them. I'll need weapon parts. Need a bunch of wood. But mostly weapon parts, because if I get the weapon parts, I can make the hatchet, and then there's wood everywhere here. So that won't be a problem at that point. Alright, end day. Pokecatch. Scavenge. He's gonna guard. No, wait. He's gonna sleep in the bed. He's gonna guard. Shelled School. Ruined Villa. Right. Those are the people we don't wanna rob. Meds, weapons, parts. Let's fucking go there. Yeah, we're just gonna go scavenge. We're gonna grab as much as we can, and then if we should have brought something else, I'll feel sorry for myself, I guess. Moist. What up, King Bortold? King Bortold. Bortold. How you doing, friend? How's life
Fuck
treating
you, Riley. I made your mom so wet. Trudeau deployed a 24-hour infantry unit to stack sandbags around my
Trudeau
bed.
deployed. Now I heard the full thing of it. Tired, had a nap, now I'm all potato. It's okay to be potato. Right. This one we need the shovel for, actually. Potato. Potato. A potato hole? Door's locked. Oh, come on. Alright. Let's see if we can just dig out this then. It's gonna suck, but there we are. This thing is so long without a shovel. Yeah, I know. Motherfucker, put a shovel in your face. Nobles has spent 1,170 fucking bits just on humiliating me. I love it. It's beautiful. Ah. Ugh. I'm snacking on some nuts and dried fruit. All unsalted. I mean, works. Marco works all night, but you'll get it. Balls, I say. Enjoy the nuts in your mouth. I always do. Gargle some nuts. Ah. It's me, Debbie Downer. What is this song? Debbie Downer. Nice. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Fucking do something about it then. Fuck you, Pablo. Play search Daydream Aces. Oh my gosh. Too aggressive. Debbie Downer. Too aggressive. Go grab some grub. Downer. Too aggressive. Alright, we need weapon parts and wood. That's what we need. Someone's at the door. Ooh, nice. Someone we can help. Thank goodness you're here. A shell hit a tenement down the street. People are buried beneath the rubble. Please help. Have some beds and medical supplies really help. Yeah, sure. Nothing like a good sleep. Hillguard. But an elevator couple in the sun, they're still around somehow managing the final looters. They probably have supplies like food and meds, won't show. We can try to steal the thing before lockpicks might come in handy. No. We're not going to steal from them. Lots of food, huge amounts of materials, some weapons, lots of parts. Alright. We're heading over to the shelled school again. Yeah. We're taking these things and we're hoping for the best. Not me going, oh, that's a banger that just started. Yeah, bro, you fucking cued it. How tired are you, man? Hey, broski. How tired are you, broski? Let's see what we have here. Nothing we really need. I can leave that there. I'm sawing. This item is broken. Ooh. That's a helmet. Girl was shot today by a man called Sniper. I can't believe I won't see her again. She was such a kind girl. I don't know why I want to see you in Dal, or at least he promised to bring you this letter with him. Oh, Jesus, fuck, that's dark. Grab all of these things. Nick, why didn't you warn me that this was a super dark game? So mean. Just letting me go into this blind. Really. I don't know. Not really a pro move right there. He did warn me about it. Will not be taking any slack. Oh, come on. Just a tiny bit of slack. I'm just barging through these poor homeless people's homes. Fuck off! Fuck off! Oh. Saw. Good thing I have a saw blade. I made the fucking saw blade. I mean, I don't want to steal from them. No, I don't want to. You grab all that. Let's see what they have in here. Alright. It said some weapons, though. Where can I find weapon parts? Alright. Still no weapon parts. No. But a good amount of, like, actual parts. Like materials and stuff. Components and wood and whatnot. But yeah, I'm fucking sold on this game. It's annoying how hooked I am. Cause like I've played Frostpunk, which this reminds me a lot of, although it's very different. Where you're supposed to survive a winter apocalypse. Basically, everything just turns to shit and ice. And life is horrible for everyone. You gotta make some sacrifices. It feels like that, where you gotta make some tough choices. What and who are you gonna sacrifice if you want to survive? All right, we'll try to go with this. But it's the kind of game where, like, I have to beat the game before I can put it away. Like, it's all about making the right choices in the right order. We've been raided. They didn't take anything, because Bruno defended. Good Bruno. Hungry, wounded, yeah. So say we all. We are all hungry and wounded. Fuck. Right. We're not gonna make anything there. We're not gonna make anything of this either. We're just saving materials. Our things... Alright, so we have a fuck ton of sugar at least. Can definitely use some more components and wood. Don't really need parts. Got a bunch of books, got some jewelry. Hungry, wounded, and tired. Pokecatch! That Rookity is a really cute one as well. Just FYI. Fuck, we don't have any water. Well... Alright, then we're just gonna be hungry, I guess. Until the trader comes and I can trade something. Yep, it's weapon parts and more components currently. I should be able to make the helmet though. Maybe I don't have exactly what I need for it though. Ah, lacking one part. Some protection against bullets and knives. Your outfit is a crime. Sick. Alright. I'm gonna wait until midday at least, because that's usually when the trader comes. And it's like so beautifully made. Just look at this art. Looks to be like a combination of hand-drawn and CGI. It's fucking beautiful, it is. See, like this even looks like it's an oil painting that's fluctuating in different patterns of oil painting, depending on the light from the fire. Ah, so cool. It's beautifully made. Alright, no trader today. No, wait. Oh, no. Sorry. Fuck it. We're ending the day then. Mark was still going out and scavenging. Lots of food, some weapons. Lots of weapons. In the abandoned cottage. Alright, fuck it. We're going there again. Candy Coated Lies by Hot Milk. We grab all of it. Alright, that's the one you have to look for to know that there's a weapon hidden out in the yard. I'd love to be able to go up to the area above here. The wind, no. What's it called in English? In Swedish it's called vinden, which literally translates to the wind. But I can't for the life of me remember what it's called in English. Let's get rid of that. Oh my gosh. kind of want just that one. There we go. Run to exit. The attic. That's what it's called. Attic. A-T-T-I-C. Attic. I want to be able to access the attic in this game. Would be fun. Would be cool. Would be useful. Day 7. Day 7 and we're still all alive. Night was calm. Bruno's feeling much better. We just have to keep an eye on him. Yeah, you can just lie there for now. Make that shit. Need more of that, more of that. Okay. You're hungry? Tell me about it, bro. The war is fucked up and people get very hungry. We have rats. We have a shit ton of books. That's very nice. Love Rory. She's so good. Been busy trying to stay alive. It's warm now at least. Plus 20 degrees Celsius. That's good. Like it's not cold in here. It's exactly what I said, Pavel. Oh my gosh. Oh, trader. Just when I was about to take up my phone and just actively wait for the dude. We definitely need water, gun parts. Or weapon parts, rather. Pure alcohol. Exactly what I need. I can give you a lot for this. Not very interesting, nothing special, but not bad either. Exactly what I need, very common stuff. Interesting one exchange. This offer is too damn impressive. Yeah, I don't want it to be this impressive though. Very generous. Alright, what can we exchange for that? Nothing special, but not bad either. Fine, we have a deal. Alright, fuck it, we'll deal. Very common stuff, not very interesting. Quality roll-up. Could be something. Herbal meds. What I want for all this? Very generous of you. Alright, so it's either like way too much or very generous. Alright, fine, we have a deal. Great. I'll give you some herbal meds. For no wait, I don't need to do that. Thank you. Get the fuck out. Well done, Stony. You caught the Pokemon. This part of town is dangerous, but we'll try to come again. Do you do that, motherfucker? Finally at fucking hatchet. Let's go, my gang. He's hungry and tired. He's hungry and wounded. Alright. Alright, so the traders are pretty important then. No, no, no. You can make one more food real quick. There you go. And Pavel will just run around and fuck shit up at home. We'll grab all of these things. We're gonna run up there. Wait, how long have we been live for? Nick never should have suggested this game. It's too addictive. Grab all of it. At least it's warm. Yeah, well, it's burning in the house. So of course it's gonna be warm, dude. Gosh darn. Grab all. Exit. Sure, blame me. Literally, it's your fault. I mean, you didn't make the game, so that's not on you, I guess. You suggested it. Wow. Very angry song, this. Didn't force you to buy the game and play the game. It's very true as well. I mean, you kinda did. You're part of the group of people who have spent money on the stream. And spending money on the stream also means that you get certain privileges. Like forcing me to play certain games and so on. So in a way, there was implicit forcing. A whole 55 sec. Was it only 55? Jesus, this game is too cheap. But I'm very happy that it's this cheap as well. I'm not gonna lie about that. There's a wild Among Us. That's a mushroom Pokemon, by the way. I've seen it out on my travels. Grab all. Poor little Bruno. I've subbed once, that's it. I mean, you spend time here, and time is money, as we all know, and time is loyalty, and loyalty is arguably the most valuable currency of all. So, you know. Ruined villa, shelled school. There are lots of food, lots of meds, huge amounts of weapons, huge amounts of parts. Alright, we're gonna go there, just check it out. We're not gonna steal anything, we're just gonna check it out. We're gonna see what they haven't looted, and maybe grab what they haven't looted. Wait, alright. Rumors about bandits? I thought it said that there just lived like an old couple here. Man, I need to read stuff more closely. Shell's doing a good job. That is true, I don't get paid enough for the work I do. Oh my gosh, it's true. I don't pay you at all, actually. Except in entertainment and appreciation. And isn't that the most valuable currency of all? Have you noticed how I'm full of poo-poo and doo-doo? Grab all of these things. I mean, actual work, the realization hit me earlier today was kind of surreal. Oh, right, yeah. No, that... Whenever you realize that the work you do is you don't get paid enough for it, it kind of sucks. So it'll never be fun to go to work again. Kinda. No, that was fun to begin with, you know, but... Yeah, you gotta dig quicker. I'm trying to get out, man. I'm trying to keep a distance, alright? That good? Alright. Low-key wanna catch my boss on Monday and be like, yo, 35k a month and we're good. 35 would be decent. Like that's the thing as well. Like you get 35k and you're like, oh, I can actually buy stuff now. I can live somewhere nice and so on. And then you realize that, wait, this type of money still ain't worth the toll it takes on my body and my psyche. Bruno's feeling much better. Well, very nice. So the answer here is to only work 3 days a week and to have a citizen pay or citizen stipend. And only a 6-hour work day. 6-hour work week. The whole week is just like, no, only 6 hours. Thank you very much. He's hungry and wounded. Poor little guy. Alright, we're gonna make a still as well. Oh, he's limping. Oh, Jesus Christ. We don't have any water either. That's annoying. You know what? You're the one who made the food, and you're wounded. So you're, especially when you get sent around to put out fires because they can't plan for shit. Yeah, that's also like most jobs. It's just people putting out fires. Like this needed to be done 5 weeks ago. You got to do it now, and it's 5 weeks worth of work. You get to do in a few days if you're lucky. It's. I hate to use that expression, but it is what it is. It is what it is. My wounds are killing me. Alright. Go have a rest. He's hungry and tired. He's hungry and tired. Alright, we'll make another filter. Where could I place another bed? If I had one. Yeah, he has to go there. No, Pavel. You're not done here. Nice. Alright, the upgraded stove is super fucking important, I feel. Hurts, I'll go to bed for a while. You should. Yeah, and sorry for the fires. Right? It's a good song. I think I hate myself with hot milk. I'm actually gonna add this to the liked songs list. Don't even think this is one of Nick's songs. No, you lie there, you lie there. He needs to go lie down as well. And day. I think he still needs to sleep. He needs to scavenge. He should be guarding. We probably have supplies like food. When we share with us, we can just steal it. See, it says an old, like an elderly couple. And then when I get there, it's like, oh no, the fucking bandits are here. I don't get that at all. Mom? Everything alright? She doesn't hear me, she's a little deaf. Repulsive. Let me grab all that. Someone's here. Good evening. Nope. No one's here. Jesus Christ. Alright. Whew. I ran away. I don't even know what I got for it. We'll see. Bruno's feeling much better. We could do with some pills. Wounded and recovering. Oh shit, they had a lot of canned food. Alright. I need a stabilizer. I don't need a stabilizer. I need more materials. We have a ton of water though. That's pretty nice. A fair amount of wood as well. Jesus fucking Christ. Should make another bed. If I can. No? New components. Should we try to make some alcohol? Could always sell it later or trade it with someone. This fever, I feel terrible. I've always heard that. Rather, I've always gone by the maxim that, like, if you have a fever, if you have a virus infection, if you just drink some pure spirits like vodka, whiskey, stuff like that, it goes away after a while. Like, it's gonna be fine. I don't know how true that is, though, but we'll try it with Pavel. He's sick and on meds, but he'll drink some alcohol as well. Not in the mood for drinking? Sorry, but are you even Polish? God damn, dude. That's some bullshit. Not in the mood for drinking. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, but really, come on. There's still things to do. There are still things to do, though. Things like, should I have the beds here? Just so that, like, if someone breaks in, they immediately wake up my dudes. I don't know if that's how it works, even. Alright. Finally managed to distill some moonshine. We get a lot of food now as well. gonna make more water, and then we're gonna end the day. I think as soon as he's done there. He has to sleep. He can stand guard. Some people still live here against all odds and must have supplies like canned food. They don't want to trade. We visited 4 days ago, we visited 3 days ago. Marco. Did we need more stuff here? No. We just need to run in and scavenge. Grab stuff. We need components more than anything. And I'll grab those too. Parts. Parts are always good. Let's see what we have here. We'll grab all of that. Just remove it from up here. At least. Now, I have like an open window and a fan on me, and I'm still sweaty and warm. Does that mean I'm a real big fatty? It doesn't. It means I'm a warm-blooded individual. I need all these things. Go down here. Right, it wants me to steal from them over there. I don't want to steal from them. Like, it's a stealing action that you have in the game that I don't appreciate. I think that would be enough components, right? Run to the exit. Hopefully this will be enough. Marco is back. Bruno's bleeding. Looks like he won't make it. Lethally wounded. The fuck, man? Slightly sick but recovering. I mean lethally wounded, that's not acceptable. Feel fine? Dude, you're obviously not fucking fine. Go make some food real quick. You're still the good cook. place up there. We don't need any more stuff here. Wait, no, dude, you have to eat. You gotta work, Everyone gotta work. Except the lethally wounded Bruno. Well, he already did work. We need food. We have food. Shut up, man. Feels like it's not cold in here. Someone's at the door. Alright. Ooh, we actually have a lot of stuff to trade now as well. Exits. At least it's warm. It's true. You're new here, aren't you? I can tell you that there's an abandoned house nearby. The owner says the owner is still pleasant. If you help me get inside, we might find something of value there. What do you say? Sure? Let's go. Alright, so we're out. We're without Marco right now. I shouldn't have sent him. I should have sent Pavel. He's sick, though. Would he like to drink alcohol, though? The upcoming should still be nice and warm for first stroll in the park. Yeah, so many people are gonna stroll in the park in the middle of a war. Because I think usually, I mean, I think in this game alcohol cures depression. Which it doesn't do in real life, kids. Alcohol does not fix depression. It worsens it, if anything. This smoke is what I need. He's drunk, he's tired, and he's smoking. He's also lethally wounded, so at this point it's like... I don't feel so well, I think I have shivers. Yeah, I'm also forcing you to do a lot of work here. And you really shouldn't. Surely there's something more interesting to do? Honestly, I'm just too wasted. Oh, come on! Fuck. We're invincible, I tell you. You just need to worry less. Go to bed, dude. Yeah, we're gonna end the day. Sleep in the bed. Sleep in the bed. They're all just gonna... We're just gonna stay the night. Hopefully no one fucks us. Night was calm. Seems very serious. Severely wounded, but he's recovering. He's got a hangover. Marco's hungry and very tired. Wait, no, you can eat that. Then you go to bed. Right away. Hangover. Sad. He's got a hangover and is sad. Need more stuff. Need more stuff. I'm gonna board up some more. Alright. Guess that's something. Not a good day. At least you don't have to cook food or anything. Marco's very tired and he's sleeping, so it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Look, it's not cold in here. Yeah, sure. Because we don't have any filters, right? Nope. Hopefully a trader comes today or something. I can get some meds. Yeah, hey, there we go. Asking you shall receive, as the old proverb goes. Let's see. It should me a lot in exchange. Nothing special, but not bad either. Very common stuff, nothing special. Interesting. Of course I want to exchange that. Fine, we have a deal. Alright. It's a deal with that. Homegrown tobacco. Very common stuff. I don't know if it is though, but I'm gonna keep it. Exactly what I need. I can give you a lot for this. Just bought some though. Nothing special. Interesting. Can get rid of some transistors or electrical parts. Fine, we have a deal. Can I grab one of these? Nope. Alright, what else can I get? I love that it's like real photos as well. I don't know if they're real people, but they look like real photos and shit, at least. Fest runner. So this dude is super useful to have indoors. Let's make 2 of those. Severely wounded. Let's bandage him as well, though. That should help him. Samwise is playing. Samwise is playing Once Human. It's a good game. But I would play Once Human, but I've really gotten stuck in this game. We were just supposed to try out, and here we are. Go bandage yourself up. Let's not lose hope. This is very true. Let's not lose hope. He's just tired. He's sitting there. So as soon as he has headed to bed, we're going to... Wait, I can actually... Go up there. Let's make some rain Waldo. Alright. He's definitely gonna sleep in the bed. He's gonna scavenge, he's gonna stand guard. Lots of meds, huge amounts of weapons, some parts, caution advised. Oh, it's the son who's the guy with the gun. Pew pew. People are trying to lead normals. We've got nothing to look for there unless we're willing to steal. Can't get there due to fighting. Ooh, interesting. Shelled school can't get there due to fighting. Oh, very interesting. There's nothing left there. Lots of food, some materials, some meds, some weapons. Still says lots of food. Alright, let's run over there and see what we can scavenge. Again. This time we're gonna steal from them, I guess. I'm starting to view this more and more as a game and not as a moral quandary. Yeah, right, so that was the food. They're growing stuff. Grab all of that. Grab all of that. Thing is, like, I can steal from them as well, but that would be right in front of them, and I'd probably have to fight them and stuff. I don't want to do that. That feels like it's a bit too much. Grab all. Alright. I think this is it for these places. I need to find new places. We got an ad incoming in 40 seconds, gang. I might have to end soon as well. Can't be streaming for ages and ages and ages. Or can I? Bruno's feeling much better. Oof, nice. Hit a lethal wound, that dude. You better not end. I just got here. Whoa, dude. What's up, dude? What's happening, enemy? My stomach is rumbling. Yeah, well, I've sent the dying dude to life encoding in private. I am good. I'm not overly tired. I am pretty warm though. Like, I don't want to sit down anymore. I want to stand, but I can't do that with this table. How miserable can you become stealing to survive? I mean, how does he know that we've stolen to survive? Why can't I stand? Oh, because the table won't go up. All the cords and stuff wouldn't follow along. So I'd fuck the table up if I try to increase the height of it. I'd fuck all my computers up as well. Both of my computers, I mean. All my computers. So yeah, next... next time I remake the streaming room, I'm going to make sure that I can have a standing desk as well. You can take a break and walk around the house for a sec or sit on the balcony, especially after 6 hours. Nah. I gotta sit here all the time. Isn't that the whole thing with streaming? You gotta be here all the time? You're not allowed to move or go away. Absolutely not. Wow. Look, I'm no wimp. I'll sit here on my ass. You should IRL stream sometime though. Like, what should I IRL stream? Just me living my life. It's like, hello, I'm about to walk out into the woods. A day in DrVem's life. 24-hour stream. Sick. Nah, I can't do that. People will see my penis if I do a 24-hour stream. A day in the life of... Can't be hanging dong live on stream. Don't have to show your PP. That's very nice. I appreciate that. Once we board up holes and windows in the shelter, we can think of reinforcing the door and installing a simple alarm system. I really want this one. Especially the person playing knows what they're doing. Alcohol distillery. Herbal workshop. I want the herbal garden. I want a couple of them actually. We need components, parts, and electrical parts. That's what we need. He's wounded and recovering and sad. He's hungry and tired. Well, too bad, Pavlo. You are not going to eat today. Alright, no traders coming, so we're ending the day. He's gonna scavenge. Pablo's gonna guard. He's gonna keep sleeping. We've got nothing to look for here, for there, unless we're willing to steal. Fuck it, you know what? We're gonna see what we can do anyway. I'm not gonna try to steal, but I kinda wanna see what it's about. When this is over, I'm gonna buy myself a house like this. This can't be stealing, I'm just looking through their fucking trash. Yeah. Only trash and dirt. Get that. As soon as I enter the house, it'd be stealing, right? The war, we've lived through a war already. Oh no. It's like old people. We met then, remember? I hope he won't come back. Seriously? They just noticed me immediately. How's your toe? I mean, my toe is fine. It's better now. I was hoping you wouldn't come back. What a strange visitor. Yeah, well, I just feel bad. I immediately come upon, like, two old people. I'm not gonna steal from them. It would have been one thing if it was, like, no people at all. I'll look harder next time. This war of mine is about surviving in a war zone. It's in Poland, actually. And you're supposed to survive. Did you say Poland? Yes, I said Poland. Power kurwa! Jesus. Kurwa. But yeah. So we have Marco, we have Pavlo, we have Bruno. Bruno is very good at cooking food, and Bruno is by far the dude who's gotten the most shit on in this game so far. He's been attacked and stabbed and shit. He's our cook. He ate yesterday. Bliet. Science with Nick. I love how Kurva got flagged. I've never seen a trigger in another language. I had to press send anyway on that one. Are you sure you want to send this? It might trigger some people who have gotten headshotted on Counter-Strike. Yes, Bliet. Kill. Murder. I appreciate you, enemy, that you're allowing all these swears in my stream. Давай, Blade. Блядь, rush beat, сука. The fuck? Alright, so a lot of this game is like getting them fed and having them get enough sleep. I've started distilling my own alcohol as well because you can barter that. Sometimes people come by and like, hey, sup, do you have something to sell? Hungry, wounded, recovering. You know what? Pavlo. Doc should play CSGO on public servers. Can't play CSGO. Doesn't exist, bro. It's CS2 nowadays. Oh, gotcha. I suck at Counter-Strike, though. Gift with the times old. Sick. People are scouring the streets in House for everything they can eaten. Cigarettes and tobacco are presently used in Pagoda as currency, nonetheless stated in the short island. What will happen if they run out completely? Opening days should be nice and warm. Perfect for a stroll in the park. Awesome. Watch out so I don't misclick again. Sick. Sick. Only shut up. I'm older than you, so you should shut up. No, I'm older than you, so you should shut up. Man. That argument has never worked for anyone. I'm older than you, man. I've been rebored. Nice, we unlocked more places now. Pagodan travel agents used to own the small yet luxurious. Fled the city. And spread the news that he was willing to barter. Maybe something useful to us. Nice. We're gonna scavenge. Him, you're gonna guard. He's gonna sleep. I guess massive amnesia after each time I get reported. Sick. Childish counter argument, very brand. Come on. Oh my gosh. Take it easy, children. Take it easy. Have a breather. Alright, we're gonna trade stuff. That is very worth... That's worth a lot, I mean. Fucking idiot, Oscar. Let's go. Let's scavenge. I'll take a breather and grab a can of Coke. A can of cock. I'm hilarious, alright? Shut up. Alright, let's see what's here. We're gonna grab all this. I'm gonna check what this is. Nice. We're gonna grab all that.
You're making a fool of yourself, you fucking labradoodle!
Alright, so I could just go into their home and be like, nobody's using this, right? Anyway, chop chop. Sick. Alright. I mean, the last time I was hereabouts, they had a barter dude here. Yeah. Let's see what you have. You have some food. You can have it almost for nothing. I actually want to buy a fuck ton of those because rumor was that the prices for those are going to go up. Nothing special, but not bad either. What if I give you, or put in a hatchet? That won't do. Try harder. It's a teddy bear. There we go. I'll trade that. Yeah, I'm not interested in trading much more right now. Alright. I'm gonna ignore the rest there. Weapon parts, I guess. I just gotta look around here to see what I can take. We got a fuck ton of tobacco. A roll-up cigarette at least. My legs went numb. That's not very good, friend. Alright. We're just gonna check out their place here. That's just wood. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. I'm gonna grab the tobacco. Definitely don't need to just saw that down. What is a healthy Twitch stream length? Oh, come on. You gonna ask a bot that? Doesn't know. Your stream's so long that it has died. Sick. It's barely live as is. I'm gonna grab that. What was here? It's just planks, right? Yeah. We could sell... No. Probably gonna run home with these things. We're pretty good asses. Actually... Enemy beep, are you working? Well, I mean, it answers the ping at least. Something, you know? Could be worse. Bruno's feeling much better. Someone tried to rob us, but they didn't get anything. Fucking sweet, bro. We have so many roll-up cigarettes now, though. Cigarettes consumed per day? 3. It's cool outside with clouds and possibly rainfall. The truth is short of the price of cigarettes and tobacco have become exceedingly high. Yes. Many people need cigarettes to calm down, but how can they be calm knowing how much they must pay for them? I bought a ton of cigarettes right before the price went up. Nothing. Two radio stations are dead. Three radio stations are dead. Classical masterpieces? No, wait. Alright. Some classical music. Oh. You are an idiot. DrVem. Rebel and government forces are engaged in violent skirmishes throughout the city. Let's witness heavy fighting. Alright. Hungry and tired. Well, I understand that feeling. Yeah, only 1637 push-ups. He's hungry and tired. Well, you know what? Before he goes to bed, he should probably eat. He's so fast. Pavel, the fast one. Actually, you can't go to bed just yet. You need to cook one more meal. You can't, never mind. He's hungry and tired. Restarting. Needy beat is restarting. It is a little beach. Beep boop boop bop boop beach. At the enemy beat work. Work! God damn it, work! Would love to have a trader today. Because when we're recovering, he's just tired. He's hungry and tired, though. Maybe we could just look here. What don't we have? We have no components. Alright, because I used them all. Components, water. It's doing something it shouldn't. What, becoming sentient? Alive? We need a lot more components. Yeah, it's just components all around. Components out the wazoo. Not really. Sure. Alright, don't think the trader's coming today. I'm just gonna end the day. Oh, warehouse and brothel are new. Semi-detached house. Can't get there due to fighting. When will the fighting die down then? Huge amounts of weapons. They have plenty of goods and are eager to trade. We could go to the brothel to trade a bunch of tobacco. Actually. See if they are interested in that. And it's dead, man. You've killed your own creation. Oh, back. He's gonna do it. He's fucking wounded. Oh, there we go. You're just... Nice. You learn something new every day. And it's not, it's processing just really slowly for some reason. Alright, interesting. It's my first time in this kind of place. Sure it is, dude. It's trash mostly. Corner of someone ripped open. Tiny frame photo of a young man and pocket notebook. Alright, there's something behind these bars. Yeah, I don't have a saw blade with me though. He says like, good thing I have a saw blade with me, but literally you don't. Favorite song ever. I'm gonna grab all of that. I turn it on you? Sure, man. I'm all good with that. It's fine. Grab all that. Actually, we're not gonna fuck up the boards here. This really looks like a brothel. Is the AI ever gonna respond? No, or no? I didn't create the AI. And I'm no programmer. I am merely a gamer who streams and makes funny sounds. Alright, I feel pretty confident that we're gonna be able to trade a ton of tobacco here. We just need to make sure that they have what we need. You did not leave the door open, my friend. Nothing special, but not bad either. Don't think you got the memo. It's very difficult to get a hold of right now. Alright. Fuck. It's me. It would cost you? Nah, I'm good. Don't want to pay too much. Man. Fine, we have a deal with that. That's a deal, I guess. That's disturbing. May I enter? Hey, get out. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. I can only be here if we trade. That's the way it is, huh? Alright. At this point, I'm starting to doubt if I'm even a programmer. Yeah, me too, man. What are you even doing here? I mean, Nobles usually streams like for 12 hours a day, so anything less than that is healthy, I think. Look at all this good stuff. Really good stuff. Bruno's feeling much better. Yay. Bruno is wounded but recovering. I'm not Nobles. Well, this is very true. But if I ever want to make it like he has, you gotta shoot for the stars. Wait, Marco, you can actually go listen to the radio a little bit, see what news we have. It's cool outside. Gotcha. Have become exceedingly high. Violent skirmishes throughout the cities. Yeah. Alright, so the fighting's still ongoing between the rebels and the government. Just get into GTA RP and you'll be hitting 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, easy. The users enemy has the highest permission level of enemy. They're asking about health and first thing check. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the bot is messed up, baby. He's gonna eat, then he's gonna cook one more meal, then he's gonna head to bed. We need more food soon as well. The fighting really has to stop so we can scavenge more shit. Oh, nice. Trader. Maybe he has food. Alright. Very common stuff, not interesting. Can have it almost for nothing. Quite common. Just need a fuck ton of these. 17 of these. Alright, there you go. Need anything else? Finish with, for most streamers, 1 to 2 hours per session is healthy balance to avoid burnout, but it depends on the individual. DrVem channel often emphasizes taking breaks in quality over length. Only said wait, the users minimize the creative image, so the answer should be helpful, but not too technical. So what you're saying is I should stop streaming. Even though you just joined? Wow, really? You want to get rid of me, huh? I get that. I'm not as lovable as I used to be, am I? There we go. Awesome shit. Now get the fuck away from me. We're gonna see what we can build now. We still need more of those. Holy fuck. Trap for animals. Wait, seriously, I can place it there? Alright, nice. Shortly. It should actually be briefly, not shortly. Shortly is a measure of time, like, soon you will have to say this. Brief is a matter of, like, length of an answer, or length of speech or text. I'm just saying. Nice. Briefly sounded weird though. Briefly describe what a healthy amount for someone to stream would be. That's the one you're looking for. Probably 4 to 8 hours. You shut the fuck up, Nick. You shut your dirty whore mouth. Jesus. No, I'm sorry. I should actually stop streaming soon. Just tell me and I will accidentally ban him. No, you shouldn't accidentally ban him. The urge. The dark urge to ban people. I need to play more though, it's so good. This game is so good. The fighting in the city is gonna end any day now and I can start scavenging properly. I want to grow tobacco for making roll-up cigarettes. I'm nearly as good as the real thing, but we can grow it ourselves. Herbal meds, a cigarette, and bandages. We need pure alcohol for that. Jesus, that's a lot of stuff. Alright, end the day. The dark urge to say, do it, pussy. You won't. Hey, Sulfred, what up? How I'm still alive? I'm being naughty. I should be up right now. Or alive, for that matter. Still offers some words to limit patients save lives, mostly thanks to Dr. DrVem, a renowned surgeon who remains steadfast and keeps the others in line. Lots of food, lots of meds, lots of parts. Caution advised. Some food, some meds, some weapons. Yeah, but the school, I've emptied the school. Like the warehouse and the brothel both are... Like I've fucking emptied them. Oh my gosh! So there's a new redeem that you should try out. It just costs 1. You should check it out. Check out the redeem. See if you find something that costs one point that could be fun. Just a single point. You found it? Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. You found yours? But it doesn't say it. Salt Pen is the prettiest one at the party. There we go. Nice. See, I'm happy. Grab all of these things. Is that a fucking daddy long legs or a spider with huge long legs? Actually really funny, right? Alright, now I'll have a gun at least. Hoops is everyone spooky. It feels like Hoops has been real busy working lately. Poor man. How did he get those serious wounds though? Oh, he's sad as well? Fucking stay there then. Who isn't hungry, you know? Why is he walking downstairs? What's he gonna do down here? He's just gonna stand here? How dare you, I'm his only solo cruise. I mean... Turn them into... Yeah, I don't know how to do that, though. I don't understand anything when it comes to programming. Literally the biggest boomer you'll ever see. Alright, we're gonna make a gun. I think we have a helmet already, so... Yeah, he's been really busy, bless him. I care how he does it all. He's young and far from burnout at the moment. But he's getting closer, closer. Every day, getting closer to the burnout. As are we all. Someone's at the door. Help, anyone there? I need help. I'll help you, dude. Hello again. Thanks for your help. Yeah, I don't have bandages. Maybe later. It'll be alright. They didn't say no. I mean, I just don't have it. Otherwise I would give it. You know? Here you have food. The blank, the best. Yeah. And now you're just speaking code. Weirdos. You know, we're gonna make another hatchet. Just because the fighting doesn't die down. Give me the best, sold the best. Make the commands. Oh, poor Pablo. He's hungry. Enough sleepings. Reset stream key. I'm not tired. You're tired. All right, last night we're playing through. It was 1 day ago. It was 8 days ago. It says there's lots of mods, huge amounts of weapons, some parts, caution advised. Alright, he's gonna sleep. He's gonna stand guard. Prepare. We're gonna kill some people. I just think it's time, you know. One more, I promise. I've heard that before. Pistol and hatchet. Oh, come on! That's not fair. That's not fair at all. I didn't want to die. I'm gonna play this tomorrow again. That's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna play this so much. Man. Oh my gosh. I'm tired. I should go to bed. Apparently. Random raid. Random raid just takes it out of me, you know. I feel like I have to stay and talk to them. Let's read. Oh my gosh, Samwise. We're gonna read Samwise. Samwise is playing some Once Human that I've also gotten into lately. And he's a beautiful man. He's a beautiful beard. And a beautiful soul. A beautiful man and soul. Alright. Sleep tight, don't let bed bugs bite. Same seas. Same seas. Right. Tell Samwise I sent you. And have a wonderful night. Bye, everyone.